Happening, troops. I just realised my web camera is a bit washed out. The reason being, let me do that, is the auto white balance and autofocus was set. That's a bit better. It's not quite so bright and white. How is everyone? Tonight we are reading. I have done that. Prague Center. Why are you annoyed? Right, I'm going to unmute myself on Discord. What's a weapon? There is some spell threads in the bank. I don't remember which ones though. Yeah, some of the prices are fucking ridiculous. Right. If Bragg and Omega looks at my stream, then I can show you. What's up, mate? Yeah, Twitch. Yeah, Frosty, don't worry about any consumables. There's a bit of an issue with all that stuff, and it's something we're going to cover tonight. Right. Yeah. If you just let me know once you can see it. Cool. Omega. Right, so Bragg, for yourself, I've stripped out the roster a bit and we're down to 24 people. And what I've done is I've changed people's ranks. So those that are going to be Night's Watch or higher are set as main. Those that are Crows are set as trial. And then anything below that is social, unless it's one of the 70% or higher's alts. So that part's been updated. So you'll see like there's your tank is an alt. Folklet Stress is a trial because he was part of the raid team but was demoted down in a new season, so on and so forth. Or new expansion, sorry. And that's now kind of all set up. And periodically people need to be added, so I've already added Frost Killers tonight because it wasn't on it for some reason. And I've taken out all the long-term non-active ones as well from last season's raid. Happy with that bit? Right, the next part is, and this is for everyone, is the raids are now handled on Discord in the raiding channel. I'm probably going to move it because that channel seems to get quite busy. But sign-ups will happen through Discord, which feeds into this and sort of tracks attendance slightly as well. But it also helps to kind of do a bit of planning. So we'll start doing sign-ups on Discord opposed to in-game. It's more that it helps with things like stats of who's attending and stuff, just to get an idea. Right, the next part, because this is where we're kind of at just now. So the problem we've been having is that we could not put healers into Droptimizer. And also, for argument's sake, let's say Nog wanted to spec as a tough tank, then there was no way to sort of get around this issue. And I apologise for the blinky thing going on. Yeah, I've moved it. So Droptimizer couldn't factor tough tanks or any healing classes. All DPS still work in the same way, but what we can do, and I've done it today for Xenia, is we can use Ask Mr. Robot. So Omega, this is the part you need to do, is run Ask Mr. Robot's best in slots. You need to use your Ask Mr. Robot add-on to get your import string, because it will only allow for import now. You cannot select anything apart from import. Once you've done that part, you come to the first step, which is, are you doing it as, in your case it will be all HPS, all DPS. I spoke to Zena about it earlier, and we both sort of agreed it's better if we have our healers specking as HPS. The next part is then column 2, which is to take out your mythic dungeons, mythic levels, crafting gear, PvP gear, tick for no BOE items. Actually, no, leave BOE unticked. No reputation, because that's grinding. And then for things like the gems, take them out and take out enchants, because all we want is raw gear. We're not looking for anything with stats on it. Then, yeah, so gems and enchants goes to none. No. Then the next part, which is trinket usage, it's up to you as an individual whether you want to use a lot of trinkets or whether you don't want to at all. Once you've done that, up at the top where it's got the filter for the bosses, take everything out apart from the raid difficulty that we're doing. So look, for tonight, normal raid. And then you just run best in slot. So then you'll get an image of what is your upgrades. You then do a screen grab, so Windows Shift S, rectangle box for the picture, and where normally everyone else puts in their Droptimizer, you put in the picture. Are you following along on that one? Yeah, so the same as everyone else's Droptimizer. So essentially this is your version of Droptimizer. Right, Bragg, this is then where your part would kick in. So what you would do is pick out the name of the person, the way you'd normally, and you would need to set what they are specialization wise, and then start the edit process. You happy with that bit so far? Omega, can you do us a favour and just read out the items on your list from main hand? Okay, so as you can see, Bragg, there's the item, and we make it a huge upgrade for our healers. We'll always go with huge for healers. Offhand? Same again. Next one. So it's that one. Next one. There's that one. So is that for shoulders? So because that name isn't listed, Bragg, that tells you that it's going to be a tier set item. And the next one. Yeah, but it's... Is it part of... What was the name of it for shoulders? Right, so if you look at it, is it a tier set item? Does it have a 4 set bonus? Right, see, there we go. Right, so back piece. There we go. Chest. So that one. If you just go through the names, because then you will be able to see that the fact that names don't always appear. Wrists. So that one you leave blank. Hands. Just the name of it. So Bragg, you can see here the name doesn't appear, so that tells you automatically it will be a tier set one. Yep. Yep. So that's going to be tier set. Feet. Which is only one there. Now you just want to see what's down the bottom here, but I'll tell you what's what in a second. So fingers. It's not necessarily it's your best in slot, it's the fact that the stuff from normal raid isn't better than it. Yep. So duty, which is at the back left, it's just behind my camera border just now. And trinkets, which again is behind my camera, but pretty huge. Which is that one there. So that's all you need to do for that, Bragg, and then just save it once you're finished. So that takes care of healers. So it means that when you go in and look at it, for example, the first boss, it's showing like Zenir's already in there. We don't. It simply becomes healers will get the priority on those items. Because if we don't have healers, we don't have a raid. So you'll see, for example, in the first boss, there's a trinket that drops, which would be better for Zenir. In terms of everything else, on the first boss, there's nothing for Omega. Depending where we go next, if we go to the right, there's something for Omega. So it all kind of starts to balance out. And yeah, so that gives you all the healers stuff. So that's the workaround until Droptimizer comes up with a fucking solution for healers. And it'll be the same. If Nog is adamant that he wants to be a tough tank, then his would be the same concept. Because just now it specs tanks as DPS. Cool, cool. Omega, are you quite happy how to do that in the future? The same thing happens as well whenever you're doing keys. So all you would do is you would select the specific dungeon you're doing on mythic difficulty and change the level of the mythic to whatever you're doing, and then that'll give you the specific item. In terms of vault rewards, there's probably no easy way to get the vault reward without using the upgrade finder, and the only way that I know to use this is to have actually logged in and subscribed to Ask Mr. Robot to use that. So without using that function, I don't think there is any other way to find your vault reward as a healer. And what that now gives us is a nice fresh update of this sheet. So what I need to do is I need to log out a second, just so that it pulls my API over. Yeah, so the idea is you come for as long as you can attend. Yeah, so the idea is that if you're going to be late, then you sign up on Discord to say that you're going to be late. So there's a sign up event in the raiding channel. It's just quite far back now. And if you're going to leave, so let's say you can only do 1 hour's worth of raiding because the time you finish work means you're going to be late to get in, but then you've got something to do after that. Yeah, Bragg, no worries. I'll do drop to my. Right. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah. I mean, I think I bought my weapon enchant, but only because my weapon is a heroic weapon, so it's unlikely that I'm going to change it anytime soon. Yeah. Right, let's start doing. I'm going to speak about this tonight because it's going to be a bigger issue than we were hoping. Right, Frost, if you can help summon. Yes, dude. You're cutting in and out quite a bit. Yeah, as long as you have your microphone muted. Alright, Gibby's here. I was just about to fucking summon you, mate. You were the last one on the list. You'll be able to watch it on stream as well. Right, so that was McFlorist. Gibby. Right, so whose Droptimizers am I still waiting on? I know I've got mines. I've got Frosties. Nog will be on in a minute. In fact, Nog is just on, aren't you, mate? If you can do your Droptimizer. I've done Omegas. I've got Killers. I've got Xeniers. Paladin. Got yours, mate. Stress. Still need. He's not on yet. Gibbies I've got. McFlorist I've got. Dice. I feel like I've got yours. Yes. So the only one I'm missing is Stress. Right. Where's Bragg? I think he's maybe away throwing his guts up just now. He didn't say he was feeling dizzy, he just said he'd be back in a couple of minutes. Hi, Stress. Stress, I'm just waiting for your Droptimizer. Yeah, I'm going to go over some stuff once we get everyone here. Nog, I need to redo your weak aura for co-tank, because I was doing LFR earlier today and I found some extra information out. So this is only for yourself. I've also moved it so it's under my frame, so you might need to move it as well. Right, is there MD not in the raid group that's planning on coming along tonight? Are you talking about on the Discord part? Right, okay. Yeah, I'll come to that later. if you can run your Droptimizer and whisper me 1, 2, 3. If you can run Droptimizer and post your results in Discord in the raiding channel, the same as everyone else has, and also whisper me 1, 2, 3. Can somebody summon Brag out, please? At least once a week. What was that about? Yeah. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Yeah. As long as it's your main character that you're bringing along. I don't really care what specs people play to try and find what they're looking for. Right, if everyone just waits outside a second until I go inside, so it picks up my raid ID first. Right, if everyone else piles in. And if we can have a summoning portal on the purple marker and hellstones on the green marker. I fucking throw the ones out my bag because there's some pugs. Right, so just your Droptimizer that we're missing. And then if we can summon our missing comrade. And I will explain a couple of things before we get underway tonight, so if everyone stays back a minute. Nog, if you're wanting to be able to spec as a tough tank, there's a way that we can actually override your data. Remind me about it later though, and I'll show you. Yeah, no worries, mate. Wrong Nog. Right. We could really been doing an extra healer tonight. Is Ducky still on? Ducky is still on. Well, why I said we need an extra healer? I'm using the weak order. It tells me that we'd be better to have a third healer. Right then. Nog, if you can move people into Castle Black as I call them out and they answer up to if they've done their drop optimizer and stuff. So first up is Frosty. Then Omega. Frostkill. Zinnia. Puladin. Stress. Gibby. McFlorist. Dice. Bragg. And Himadol. Okie doke. He isn't going to raid tonight, but if you can move him down as well, he's going to just listen in and watch. Have you got the weak order? Cool. I have made a couple of changes to it. I think we've got everyone, but can you ask in guild if there's any healers? One bonus healer would be handy, and then once that's done, if you can drop down. Right, so a couple of things that we're going to run over before we get started tonight. Nog's just trying to get us an extra healer just to help with the numbers of stuff. There's a weak order that we use that helps kind of determine like people's buffs and all the rest of it, as well as what's a good sort of balanced number of tank healer DPS ratio to progress through fights without making it strenuous on yourselves. Ideally, a third healer would be good tonight, just to take us to the 14 mark. But we'll see what we get. Firstly, thank you for everyone coming along. We're set up, ready to go. Literally at the time that we should be starting to raid. So that's good progress. It means that people are starting to react to things and information is getting passed over nice and quickly, and we're ready to go. A couple of things that I'm going to run over to do with raid rules. Firstly is do not AFK or just decide to go to the toilet break or something. There will be points for breaks. It's either going to be an hour and a half, not an hour, into raiding or after a wing is cleared. That hour and a half means that the raid will be split into two parts because we're raiding for 3 hours. Middle of the raid, we'll take a 10-minute break and then we'll go back at it. If you can't hold a bladder for an hour and a half, there's something far wrong with you. Discord, listen to the call outs. If you're unsure of what's being said, then ask. Don't just sit there quietly and not say something for something that's really needing to be brought up or something you're unsure of. Enchants. Now, Noel pointed out that most people have got enchants, which is good. There is no glove enchants that I'm aware of. I'm going to allow for the enchants to slip for the next couple of weeks. And as for quality of enchants, I'm not really bothered. However, the guild bank will not be functioning in the way that we were intending to have as soon as we were intending to have it. So to that end, you will need to go and buy your enchants, and we will allow for a little bit of leeway of been missing 1 or 2 enchants, especially on weapons, because weapon enchants are absolutely extortionate right now. But you are expected to have most of your gear enchanted and demonstrate that you have at least made an effort before coming along. Is anybody any questions on that one? No? No one? Okie doke. So next up then is buffs. Things like consumables, food, flasks, combat potions, all the rest of it. This is something that I'm going to speak to the other officers about, as I feel that Blizzard has actually made consumables far harder to achieve for raiding, and the cost of it is far more than we can afford as a guild, and there's not enough materials being donated. So unless we start getting an inflow of materials from herbs and so on and so forth, we cannot provide enough stuff, and the cost to buy it in and the time and effort that goes into Zanier going out to farm herbs is detrimental to the gameplay for those people that's having to then grind rep and grind materials. So to that end, we will suspend the use of consumables until we can come up with a better solution for it. If you go and buy your own and you want to use them, fantastic, that shows commitment, which is great. However, we will not be pulling you up for it on our debrief point. Oh, we lost somebody. Please tell me it was Matty. Yep. So yeah, things like consumables, I'm not going to push you to go and get them because the price of it all is just absolutely ridiculous, and it's taken up far too much time, effort, and money from Omega, Zanier, Bragg, and other people that has been assigned different crafting things. It's just too much to try and get what we'd aimed. If crafting the potions and that wasn't anywhere near it is just now, and it was last season where it was very easy to fill that bank, then we would have done it. But it's not sustainable in its current state. Does anybody have any points that they want to add on to that just now? No? Next part then. When a ready check is conducted, if you have got stuff in your bags to equip, food, whatever it is that you're going to use, if there's a feast out or whatever, then please use it. If you've got a question, don't just click ready. The ready check is to confirm that you have got no questions, you're in position, and that you have got the buffs that you can put on are on. If there is a problem and you're not ready, don't click the ready button because it just leads to frustration. Obviously, all your gear has been simulated apart from Himidol. I'm still waiting on your Droptimizer. And that's pretty much where we stand. Tonight's plan is that we will do the first boss, and then we will go to the right side, down to the slightly harder side, or what we deem to be slightly harder side, but we've got more gear, so it shouldn't be as bad. In terms of eye level, we don't set an eye level requirement for folk to come along raiding, which means that tonight we have got Frosty with us because he's just dinged 70, so well done, pal. However, his eye level is slightly lower than what we would expect in the raid. So, Frosty, if you do die, don't get disheartened by it. It is just to get your gear up and in line with everyone else. And as a point for healers, if you're finding it really hard to keep Frosty up, bear that in mind that his gear is low, so you might need to make a sacrifice. And sorry, pal, it's just one of those things till we can get you up. But hopefully, things drop at the end, you'll get the loot, and you'll be able to get the rewards from it. Nog, you get any points on add-ons and stuff that MD's out of date or needing updated? So Oh, cool. Ribber's got to be coming along soon. He just said on stream. Also, Susan, it looks like your RC Look Council. Oh, it was just popped in. Gibby Pulladin GTFO is a version out, and same with your DBM as well. And everyone else has got the thing. Right, we're going to do one ready check, which is to confirm that it comes up on your screen saying in guild group auto pass or something to that effect. So if it comes up with the right phrase, click ready. If it comes up with something different, click you're not ready so that we can change it and get it set for you. So in guild group auto pass is the phrase that it should say on your screen with that little shiny bag. Yeah. Right, so everyone's got it. We're good to go. I just need to... Yeah, don't worry about them. I just need to set the groups. You're up there, Senior, and Omega. Let me just have a look at who's got what gear-wise. Dice, you're a high hitter. Right, that should be the groups evenly balanced in terms of DPS. And we'll stick use 2 in there just to tidy up. Right, anybody get any questions in before we get underway? Right. It should be alright. So we're about to start the fight. You'll get allocated which colour of Drake to take in a second. When you fly down, group 2 is to focus on clearing all the ads up the right hand side, all the way and including the 2 big ads in front of the boss chamber. Group 1 will focus on the ad in the centre. Once the ad in the centre's down, we will then focus on the right hand side. Only the right side and the centre ones is the ones we're interested in. We do not want to take anything on the left side because we want it nice and efficient so that we can go straight up to the boss and get started. Does everyone understand that? Cool. We'll do the same as before. Tanks can take the ebon. Mages can take the blue. Hunters take the green. DK on the red. Healers on bronze. And if you weren't allocated anything, go for blue. Everyone stand next to their drakes so that we can get this fight underway. Pulling, you're on the blue. Right. Remember, you'll need to click to activate it. I'm going to do the ready check because we've got 2 minutes in flight after I start this counter. Why'd that not work? Do, 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 do. Hang on. Yeah, I already did, but I need to fucking click the Drake to begin it. Right, here we go. Go for it. So use your Drake. Start your flight. So group 1 centre. Group 2 right side. Aim for the big ones. Get rid of them first. Group 3 just goes for anything that they can. Remember, you've got 2 spells, one that will be an AoE and one that's a kind of slightly smaller one. Right, group 1 start focusing on the ads along the side. So the 2 on the entrance. Remember, try and cast your spells slightly further over onto the secondary one, not just the close one. We'll try and get your spells to land in between them. And don't forget the 2 at the main door as well. A bit more on the one at the main door, at the far side. Don't worry about the one that's on the bridge, it's not important. It's just a patrolly one. Although if there's nothing else in range, you might as well go for it. Nice, everything's cleared out. And the patrol one's about to die as well. Well done! All clear up to the boss! Yep. This is where a druid would be good for Stampede and Roar, just saying. There might be some stuff for you to loot. There is potential of BOEs to drop on trash in here. If they are tradable, we will allocate them. However, I have a funny feeling that they are going to be soulbound for the next couple of weeks still. No, so they were specifically put to soulbound for a few weeks.
Was this the best you could muster, Calicos?
Right, the cookies that are in your bag, ditch them out a second, so that nobody's got any cookies on them.
A band of muley salt scales following a whelp.
Whose is the soul well that's sitting there just now? Right, so if you're in group 2, take the cookies from that one. Ribber, if you're going to King's Landing and whisper me 1, 2, 3, and I can drag you down. Yeah. Just massage the groups again. No, can you pull them down, mate? Well then. So I'm going to put you on my side. Right, can we get a summoning portal up at the edge? Cool. Braggy, you got to pick that up once it's on. Right. Right, if you're in group 2 and 4, pick up the cookies next to myself. If you're in group 1 and 3, use the moons. That way our warlock cookies get split up and the benefits from them get distributed as well across the raid. Has everyone got cookies? Right. I am going to show you the plan for the raid. Most of you know it because we've done this actually the other day there. However, if you can look at the Discord stream, I know there is some of you watching the Twitch stream, which is nice, and thank you for it. However, we'll do this on Discord because it's real time. You'll see what's happening. So if everyone can click to view, please. Once I change. Change window. It's still a couple of these we're waiting on. Omega, can you check, see who's missing from the stream? Yeah. So, Gibby. Gibby, you still there, pal? So, Gibby, can you look at the stream? It's also the fact that he's just clicked ready, so I know that you're there. Right. Yeah, he was here on Tuesday when he done it, so I'll give him a pass on it. There's nothing changed to the way that we're going to execute this fight. The way we have it is pretty much textile, and we've already had 2 1-pool kills on it, our first pool kills in a row, which means that we're 2 off of it being classed as a farm boss as well. The main point is that the group waits back until the main tank pulls the boss over to the rest of the group. We bring it over the top of the group, and once we get it in position, there'll be little circles that appear around some of yous, which is to suggest that the ads are going to spawn. Don't run away with them. No matter what DBM tells you, do not run away. Bring the ads on top of the boss or just behind it, so that when the ads spawn, you then run to the opposite side of the boss, which will then cause them to fixate on you. They will not drop aggro. They will fixate towards you. Make sure you drag your ad through the boss, And if we can then use AoE stuns to keep them in place over the boss, we bloodlust and focus the boss. We want to keep all the DPS on the boss, not the ads. All we do is we control the ads with AoE CCs, single target CCs, and keep them in place. To aid it, if it's focusing on you, you move so that it drags it through. Once they are dead, it will leave fire on the ground, and we will then move the boss over a bit. And we do the exact same thing. Ads get spawned and killed around the boss. We then move to the intermission. Boss fucks off to the middle. Whichever is the closest large ad on the ring in front of myself will be the target we go for. The ads move in, you move back with it. There is also an AoE ability going on from the boss at this point. Do not go into the inner circle where the boss is. Keep out, and once the ring is broken, pass through. Even though the boss can take damage during this point, it's going to be a lot easier and less stressful for our healers if you move completely away. The boss will then come back out and we can go back to doing the same thing. Avoid the spikes, avoid the swirlies, keep the ads on top of the boss. That's all we need to do. I will call for bloodlust. Please nobody use it until it's asked for. Any questions? Anyone? Look, be a bit animated. Look, respond, guys. Look, we're here to have fun. Right, everyone come into the platform. Or Zunier, anyone who use. I just need to grab the tactics for the fight. Notes. Enable. And it's that one. If you've got this turned on, it will give you the tactics. If not, don't worry about it. So make sure that your weak aura reads in guild group auto pass. Ribber, that's kind of aimed at you, just because you weren't here whenever we done the first one. Yep. Because you can only use them on one boss, and that means that you're locked to that one boss for the entire week. So we only use it on whichever one I nominate. So for everybody else, that's the Vantage runes. And we do have a supply of them, lucky enough. Matty. Ribber, did you have the auto need greed? And it came up saying auto pass. Brilliant. Right, last ready check. Don't worry about food buffs or anything like that. If you've got them, great. If not, don't worry too much. Can we get a mage buff? Thank you. We get fucking lots of buffs tonight.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Come on, get in range, you fucker.
Let us see if you are worthy of my skill.
Right, you can start attacking. He's in range of you.
AoE incoming.
Power infusion.
So stack the ads around the boss. Come in close with it, don't be shy. We want them a bit closer to the boss next time.
Watch your feet. Stack high.
Taunted.
AoE incoming.
Out the swirlies.
Shockwave.
Watch out the cone. Nice and close to the boss.
Guardian spirit.
Bloodlust.
Time warp.
AOE incoming.
Remember, if they're focused on you, move away from them. Don't let them walk into you. Take them through the boss. There we go.
Shockwave.
Out the cone.
Divine him.
Stack high.
Taunted.
AOE
Again, over the top
incoming.
of the boss. Boss has got to go for the intermission, finish off the little lads just so that we're ready for the next phase.
Special coming.
And it's the ad that's got to be in front of me that we're going for. Remember, walk back with it, don't get cut through the fire or it will kill you. So walk backwards, cast on it, stay away from the centre ring. Don't forget to move back. There we go, out you come. All the way out. If you've got pets though, send them in. Stay back, the rest of these. There we go. The boss will come out. Don't worry, Frosty, I know that you're dead, but we'll try and get you up at some point before the fight finishes.
AOE incoming.
Close to the boss.
Taunt boss.
Taunt.
Stun them over the top of it. Nice. I've got warlocks doing it.
Power infusion.
AOE incoming.
There we go.
Shockwave.
Cone. Everyone out the way.
Stack high.
I'm close.
Taunted.
Then move out. Stun them.
AOE incoming.
Out the swirls.
Taunt
spirit.
boss. Shockwave.
Out the cone.
Stack high.
Come in close. Thanks, what?
AOE incoming.
Rallying cry.
Rallying cry.
Stack high.
Taunted.
So make sure that you move yourself through to the other side of the boss. Pull the ads through it. There's one
Special
stopping that
coming.
frost. One closest to me. Remember, keep moving back so that you don't get hit by the flames. And push through. Hunters and warlocks, send your pets in.
Healing tide.
We're only 4 minutes into the fight,
Salvation.
so we've got plenty of time for this.
AOE incoming.
In close.
Taunt boss.
Taunt.
AOE incoming.
Move out the AoE splash.
Shockwave.
Cone. 30 seconds and it'll be dead. And just keep up the DPS. In close.
Stack
Spirit
high.
Knight.
Swap.
Taunted.
AOE incoming. Taunt boss.
Taunt.
Ugh. Sorry, Frosty. I'll try to get to you. Right, if I can rest Frosty. Bragg, I have a funny feeling that you need to have party lead to do allocation. I'll pass over to you just now. Did the look window come up? Right, if everyone uses the repair thing. We'll talk about pug raiding at the end, pal. Look, it's one of the closing points. Bragg, did I see look council pop up for you? Oh, fucking not got to do it, is it? Yeah, I think I got everything. Yep. Right, if you just tell me who needs to get them. Is anybody get any points that we feel that we need to tidy up on that fight, or something that we should be doing differently? Yeah. So, Bragg, if you... Okay, Frosty, come see me. There you go, there's your first bit of raid gear, pal. Come see me. And trade. You need to trade me so I can give it. There you go. Right, you come and give the DE item as well. However, I'm going to equip it first because it overrides item level. Oh, I can't trade it with you, but I can DE it. That's fine. I'll put the mats in the bank later. Reload. Right, we're going down the right corridor. We're going to leave the council fight till later. We'll see how we go on the right side first. Because I think we should have enough DPS to do that boss. Yeah, you'll be fine. Have you added Ribble's drop optimizer? Sorry, I forgot to ask. Cool, I'll put a tick on it. Yeah, it's fine, mate. I've done it. Notes. Terror. Okay. Right, we'll do this in small chunks, Nog, because they do a lot of AoE damage. And we'll turn the dragon away for the group. So if the two of us go on that side, everyone else behind the dragon, don't stand in front of them, because it does a cone effect. Nog, if you take it for the next one.
Taunted.
Cheers, mate. And I'll take it back for this one. Symbol.
Symbol of hope.
So maybe this is one that you need to try and track better. There we go. Yeah, yeah, can do. Try and do the kicks on the casters. Stun them. Do everything you can to them. Again, stun over the top of them. Don't worry about the big one, go for the casters first. Try and get some kicks in. Kick him in the shins. Get him between the eyes.
Power infusion.
Flat night out in Sucky Hall Street. Right, let's go and grab the next trash pack. Same again. 2 casters first.
Taunted.
Again, same with the dragon. Stand behind it. Move out. Stay out the swirls. Move out the breath.
Taunted.
Outwards for melee. And he did. So 2 casters first. One more caster.
Tranquilizing shot.
Just hang back a second because we've got to line of sight them. So go around the corner. Hide behind pillars. Don't stand in the middle of the doorway. Right, last couple. And if group 1 goes on the left side, group 2 goes on the right. The two ads that are about to run up, we can then take them out. You will need to stun them because they'll just keep running. There we go, I've killed mine because we kept it in the fucking spike. Right. Ugh. This is a great fight. Right then. Let me bring up the raid plans list because we have also planned for this fight. There is a weak order, however, I am going to try and do it without the weak order because I think there's a better way of doing it. We shall see. Right, so let's bring up my screen. If everyone can look in, please. Right, everyone's in. We are going to split the... So the way this boss works is the floor will be divided into quarters. And the floor becomes corrupted after each phase. So we need to work our way around the boss. And we're going to go round to the right as you look at the boss. So that's the first thing you need to know. Second thing that you need to know is there is a couple of bits of movement and then some standing still parts. And the way it works is we pull the boss, and the first mechanic is there is going to be movement for everyone apart from the tanks. The tanks get into their positions and we can pretty much stay where we are for the duration of the fight. If you've got a big swirly on you, go to the back of the room. If you have got small swirlies on you, group 1 and 3 comes behind the skull, and group 2 and 4 goes behind the moon. So groups 1 and 3 behind me, groups 2 and 4 will go behind Nog. If you do not have a small circle on you, you must go and stand in the soak point. We need a minimum of 3 players to soak it. The more, the better. The people with the small spikes do not stand in the big circle, and the people with the big circle don't place it over the top of the little circles because they'll take double the amount of damage. This is a point where everyone should be doing something apart from hitting the boss. It's an intense movement phase. Get to your positions, get the spikes in place. You need to get close behind the boss and stack up in a straight line. Nice and close. Once it spawns a spike, move out of it so that it leaves them on the floor directly behind the tanks. And then the big swirly that was the soak, it'll leave a corrupted part at the back of the room out the way. At this point, we bloodlust because there is no movement for the most of the fight because the next part is based on tanks, which is there's a cone comes out and we blitz it through the first set of spikes. We then swap tanks and avoid the swirl that has then appeared on the normally close to the boss. So that then the next beam goes through the next set of spikes. And then it's a rinse repeat. Big swirly goes to the back, little swirlies behind your tanks. If you're not got anything on you, get in the big swirly. Help soak it. Spike spawn. There's a big patch at the back of the room. Line. Move. Line. Relocate. And it just becomes the exact same thing, except it'll be on the next side of the room, where spikes goes into place. Ignore that part. Line. Move. Line. Spikes. Relocate. Line. Move. Line. corrupted platform. That's the second. Does the third. Does the fourth. It's a very easy and it's 100% scripted, this fight. Just remember, group 1 and 3 is going on the right side, which is with me. Groups 2 and 4 is going on the left side with Nog if you've got the small spikes on you, the small circle. Big circle, back of the room, as far back as you can, or not as far back, but far enough back that it's not overlapping the other players that are putting their bit in. And then move out of the shit. Is MD get any questions? Yeah, so don't put them right on top of us, but keep them so that they're overlapping each other. You don't need to be spread across the entire floor. Have it so that the little circles that you are in are sort of overlapping each other. It makes it a lot easier for us to then cleanse them off the floor. Does MD get any questions before we start? Oh, I see McFlores lighting up, but I hear no sound. So, first thing is drop off your spikes, help soak. It's then line, move, line. Drop off your spikes, line, move, line. Relocate. And we're going to the right. So just confirm that you're all good to go. You understand, you know what group you're in. If you don't know what group you're in, don't click ready. Actually, Brad, can you give me back? In fact, it's alright, don't worry about it. I just need to put you into a different group. Because the way it's worked out. I wonder actually if that'll work. No. Sorry, what was that? Yeah, and just double check your groups because we've had to just update them. If you're unsure how to find your group, the default key is O. And then there's a little tab at the bottom that says Raid. Find your name, look at the top of the group, find what group you're in. I just need to do one more thing before we get started to stop the names from disappearing. Right then. So last ready check. Position roughly for the first soak swirly is roughly in that area. Not 100%, but maybe a bit further forward. Now if you move around to your side.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So big swirly to the orange marker, spikes behind the groups, be close to the tanks.
Watch your step. Defensive.
Bloodlust.
Taunted. Time warp. Healing tide.
Watch your step.
Move out the Swirly.
Power infused Guardian Spirit.
Taunt.
Get ready to put the spikes back in place. Bring back McFlorist.
Gateway.
So Swirly to the back. Groups 1 and 3 on my side.
Watch your step.
Looking good so
Defensive.
far. Swap.
Taunted. Time Warp.
Watch your step.
Stay out the Swirlies.
Symbol of Hope.
Taunt boss.
Get ready to relocate round my side.
Special coming.
There we go. High movement. Nog, if you put yourself just along the edge of the ship. There we go. Move the swirl away to the back.
Guardian Spirit.
Go behind your tanks.
Watch your step. Defensive.
Doo-doo-doo.
Taunted.
Watch your step.
Spirit Link.
Out the cone.
Taunt.
Watch your step. Defensive.
I don't have any defensive, so there you go.
Watch your step. Defensive.
Taunted. Guardian Spirit.
Yeah, that's not going to get them, Nog.
Special coming.
Relocate. I'm going to take a massive amount of damage from those pillars going down.
Watch your step.
So Nog, the first one's on
Healing
you.
Tide.
Taunt.
Taunt boss. Watch your step.
You're at 20%. Use Arcane Torrent if you've not already done so.
Defensive.
Now you jump back up.
Divine Hit.
Watch your step. Defensive.
Swap.
Taunted.
Watch your step.
Divine Shield.
Taunt boss.
You ready to relocate?
Special
Relocate.
coming.
If we can CR one of the healers, or the last healer, it'll be in 14 seconds.
Target you. Watch your step. Defensive.
Swap.
Taunted. Spirit Link.
Watch your step.
Taunt.
Target you.
Don't stand on me with it.
Watch your step. Defensive.
Swap.
Taunted.
Watch your step.
Guardian Spirit.
Special coming.
Right, this is now where you've got to come up with a really ingenious way of mitigating damage to keep this fight going.
Healing Tide.
Yes, I know, I'm running out of cooldowns. Yeah, it'd be quicker. Ugh, fuck off. Yeah. I think I could actually keep that going if I had slightly better gear. Right, overall, that is actually pretty fucking good. Pillars went where we wanted them, and for the most part, it was fine. The only thing I will say is we need to make sure that people don't die. If people don't die, we've got a DPS to finish this fight. We are going to make one change to the soak. We're going to bring it forward into the centre between the tanks. And then it means melees that are not involved in the pillars don't need to run out. So we can keep the DPS up on the boss at all times. So that's the only difference, is the group soak will happen between the two tanks. We just need to make sure that we're wide enough apart, Nog, that they can fit between us. Yes. Overall, though, the mechanic and the flow of that is far better than any of our previous attempts. Well, it's the first time we managed to get all the way around the room. The only thing we were missing was the DPS to finish it. Thank you, Zaniel. Yep. So eat up the mage food that you've got, or your own food if you're going to use it. The only thing that you need to watch for after the soak is you need to move out of the shit on the ground, meaning that you will need to run left to begin with, because the first beam will come to the right. So after the soak and you need to move out, melee classes go left towards Nog. Range classes just need to step backwards, because the first beam will come to the right on my side. Any questions? Priest buff. There we go. So these are just rough markers of. So we have the melee classes are sort of stood at that point, which puts me on that eclipse and Nog roughly on that one. So that means that you've got plenty of space to put the group soak in the middle. Remember, you don't need to go all the way up to the edge, it's just enough to cover the melee classes that you're going into. Everyone happy? Last ready check, and I just need to get my fucking paladin up. Puff. For some reason it dropped my aura.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So 1 and 3 into place.
Watch your step.
And move out the way.
Defensive.
Bloodlust.
Time Warp. Taunted.
Watch your step.
You just need to come a wee bit tighter and Nog for your one, unfortunately. Out the beam.
Taunt.
Groups 1 and 3 coming up. Into position for the soak.
Watch your step. Defensive.
Power Infusion.
Swap.
Time Warp. Taunted. Divine Hit.
Watch your step.
Out the swordlight.
Taunt boss.
Get ready to relocate.
Special coming.
And we're going.
Guardian Spirit.
So Nog, put yourself right along that ledge. Soak points in. Pillars.
Watch your step. Defensive.
Swap.
Taunted.
Okay, what
Watch
the
your
fuck happened to you?
step.
Somebody bring him back up.
Defensive.
You'll need to take it off me.
Healing Tide. Taunted.
Watch your step.
Taunt.
Spirit Link.
Watch your step. Defensive.
Taunted. Guardian Spirit.
You ready to get into position?
Special coming.
Move round. Again, Nog, if you just put yourself along that edge.
Watch your step. Defensive.
Salvation.
Watch your step.
Do it a swirl.
Taunt.
Watch your step. Defensive.
Swap.
Taunted.
Watch your step.
Guardian Spirit. Divine him.
Taunt boss.
Gateway. Symbol of hope.
Get ready to relocate in a second.
Special
There
coming.
we go. Round we go. Soap. Point.
Watch your step.
Keep it up. We're doing fine.
Defensive.
Swap.
Taunted.
Watch your step.
Divine
We're
shield.
about 30 seconds away from it.
Defensive.
Sorry.
Healing tide. Power infusion.
Take it. Just
Taunted.
Watch your step.
Taunt.
Watch your step.
and we're done. Just throw that stuff into the bank. Mate. Right, TQ's got to join us just in a second. Once Bragg deals with loot. Yeah. I've got a bit in my bag. Okay, doke. But if you look at the HPS, the heals per second, I've done a shit ton of my own healing. I done 19.4k, you've done 9.6. You just need to use your Word of Glory a lot in this one just now to be build up on a resilience. Also, bearing in mind, Zinnia's only just started healing with that character. TQ, whisper me 1, 2, 3, pal. We'll get you in. We've done the first two bosses on normal. Trade with me, because I've got it in my bag. Nog if you trade, yeah, there we go. Let me try to do that. Yeah. It is going to become slightly more demanding on heals though. Yeah, but we'll give it a try at this kind of format just now. We'll do as much as we can because it might actually work out slightly better with having a bit more DPS. Two-handed stuff. It is a heal item. Yeah, it goes to. So it's whenever you run Droptimizer, what it's trying to do is it's trying to predict. Like, people need to get out of this habit of like thinking, "Oh, I'm missing crit, I'm missing verse." It's when it's simmed for what you're wearing and what it's going to do to rebalance your stats. So try and get out of the habit of thinking, "I need more crit, I need more verse, I need more haste, I need more of this." This has done all the work for you. Right, we need to head back out the way we came, regardless of what we're doing. I think we'll go for council, because I think it will probably be the easier one, because the next one is a fucking ball ache on the left. Yeah, I think we'll do council and then we'll go upstairs. Yeah, spider is a fucking ass. Yeah, so we'll go for council, then we'll do the other one. Just remember as well to use your arcane torrent anytime it's on cooldown. You'll never have a mana problem. Look, as soon as you get to sort of 97% mana, so don't use it on your opening rotation, but 97% mana, use it because it gives you 3% return. Yeah. Look, people also need to start using their cookies as well. Yeah, we'll get them once we get into place. Who is actually using them? That reminds me, actually. Notes. Council. Get them together. Do the casters first. Don't be shy to kick them. So, Ribber, your kick's still on cooldown. You're actually the only one that's not kicked out of all of us now. Here we go.
Guardian Spirit.
Nice. Everything was kicked on that one. Which is really important for the council fight. Okay, there's lots of kicking going to happen.
Divine him.
Somebody standing shit.
Healing Tide.
Move out with Swirloot.
Guardian Spirit. Power Infusion.
Ah, that's one of the BOE items. Brad, can you see on the list? He's casual raider. I want to have a look at it. Zone. Why is that not working? Try again. Yeah, Frosty can take it. Look, it would be. It should be between. It should have went to Nog. If not Nog, then should have went to me, and then it would have been Frosty, based on his raid rank, and then after that it would have been McFlorist because she's the same raid rank as Frosty, and then Pilden would have been last. Yeah, no worries, mate. Look, I'm not going to go for it because I'm going for a tier set item in there anyway. Yeah. So Frosty, that's yours, pal. Stick it on. And in fact, it wouldn't even have cascaded down as far as
Healing tide.
past the casual raiders, because it went to auction as a BOE for guild funds. And I think it actually sells, in fact, to find it again, it's currently in the auction house for 180k. Not glad I've changed my mind, I'm taking it. Right, go for the lava ones first so that we can get the kicks on them. Stay out of the fire whenever it hits the ground. Plenty of kicking.
Guardian spirit. Divine shield.
Right. The ones that are over next to the skull is the ones that we want to kick on. Because I've got the aggro of them. Yeah, I know there's fucking shit on my feet.
Gateway.
TQ, did you do your drop optimizer? Yeah, it is. Oh, it's not. So TQ, you need to run drop optimizer. Here you go, Bragg. Yeah. Also, you're missing GTFO. Ribble, yours is out of date. So TQ doesn't have GTFO, Ribbles is out of date, and your DBM is also out of date. So if you can quickly update them. Right, we're going to clear the trash I'll try and explain what each of these do one at a time. So, fire is a group soak. If there's a big massive swirl around you, DBM will probably tell you to run out. Don't come close. Everyone come onto the platform. Don't stand at the back. Everyone on the platform help to do something. So, big swirly, group soak it. We're going to put it off to the side in a moment, and we'll explain how it's going to work. But group soak, stand to the side, don't run away.
Power infusion.
Just slightly further back for the boss. There we go. And move out. What's that, mate? No. Because I want to explain the tactic of it. So, ice. If you... there's a ability called Primal Storm or Primal fucking Ice or whatever. Or Blizzard. And you'll start taking stacks of a debuff. Once your stack gets to 10, then you get cocooned. To stop you getting cocooned, you run through the fire. Now, unfortunately, there's no fire on the platform, which is why fire must stay up longer than ice. The bosses counteract each other. So, frost will go down before fire. You run over the fire to take off your stacks of the debuff. Air, not air, earth, which is known as opal, will put spikes on the floor. It'll also do a cone effect, I believe. Stay out of the cone and avoid the swirls that's going to form the spikes. The spikes are used with lightning. You'll get DBM telling you to go close to the pillars or whatever it is. You stand next to the spikes. However, do not run through other players because you will just pass it on and it just becomes a chaotic fight. Move close to it to get rid of the lightning, but don't run on top of other people. So lightning, it can be kicked during the fight, and you will get a little blue swirly around you. If you get the little blue swirly, you stand next to the stone pillars and it will cleanse it off you. It's an easy mechanic. Don't run across other players. That's the blue circle. You can see it's now getting passed about because folks running about with it. Stop coming near the fucking tanks. You do not want to put that swirly onto tanks. Everyone off the platform quickly before the bosses spawn. Do not put that onto the tanks because we cannot afford to be moving about. The method that we're going to use, I will show you in a second, but is everyone happy with the fact that to counteract frost, you use the big fire. To deal with fire, you group soak it. To counteract lightning, you use earth, which is opal. And to deal with opal, you don't stand in its cone. In fact, it's not the cone comes for fire. So avoid the cone on fire. The tanks need to swap opal because it crushes our armour, and that's the one that causes the biggest damage. That weak order you've got, Nog will show you which one is active, and taunt off the nameplates on the right rather than trying to taunt the physical. So look to see what debuff I have. If it says I've got the shield that's broken, take opal. If it's got a fiery icon, take fire off me. Right, that's the main principles to it. Is anybody get any questions on the principles of what goes before what? So, yeah, I'm going to go over the actual tactics of how we are going to handle the fight, but the basics of each of those things on the platform. So the first one on the left, which is ice, it needs to be kicked, and to counteract its main effect, which is the primal ice thing, is you need to run over the fire before you get to 10 stacks. It's a debuff, a little frost debuff. If you get to 10 stacks, you get cocooned, which means that you are not going to be able to do DPS, and we need to then break you out, which is then an inconvenience and drops DPS from the fight. So, counteract frost with fire. Group soak the fire. There will be 2 group soaks happening on either side of the room. We'll explain that when I show you the presentation. Lightning needs to be kicked. If you get the little blue circle around you for the debuff, do not run through every player, but get out the way. Make sure you're nowhere near a tank. Go and stand next to the pillars, and that will then cleanse that ability off you. Once it's off, get away. Don't run through other blue swirlies to get back into position. Opal, avoid the big spikes. And that's pretty much the main things. MD, get any major questions about that? I know it's a lot to take in. It is a council fight. It's expected to be a lot. I'll explain the tactics once people understand that frost kick, ice kick, counteract frost with fire, counteract lightning with earth. Everyone happy on it? We are also going to split the raid into 2 groups, the same as we've done up to this point anyway. Group 1 and 3 will be with me. Group 2 and 4 will be Nog. Group 1 will 1 and 3 will focus on ice. 2 and 4 will focus on lightning, and that's to do the kicks. There is a theory that they will enrage if you kill them without killing them within a same time period. We'll see how that pans out. I think that might be a heroic mechanic though, not a normal mechanic. There's meant to be an enrage effect if you kill one before they all go. I think it's a heroic, but we'll find out. Well, we're just about to, and then we'll do the tactics, because that's now the 1.5 point. So we're going to take 10 minutes. If you want to have a look at a video, then do so. Have a quick refreshment of it. Feel free to. However, go to the toilet, stretch your legs, get some air in about your lungs, get a drink. Don't drink too much because then you'll need the toilet again. Omega. So, 10-minute break. Be back on time. As for the folk that's watching on Twitch, we have reworked this fight. We had a look at some of the mechanics of it there, and we discovered that there was sort of a few things that we needed to change in it. So the actual tactics of it is different from what we'd originally come up with, but I think this is going to be our best solution. Raid plans. So this is the Primal Council fight. Bring that up. I can get rid of Terra. I don't need Droptimizer. I don't need Ask Mr. Robot. That's doing its thing in the background. This is what we use to allocate a loot and stuff, and check that people's got enchants and whatnot. It will update on its own, and we can see here that most of the people have got all their enchants, so I've got all of mine. Some people are mostly missing weapon enchants that's here tonight. The roster, which is our main force, but there is other people with us. And I believe TQ's just put his Droptimizer in. He has. So that I'll upload in a second. The overall Droptimizer, so this is the Primal Council. There's a couple of things for our healers in here, and a couple other bits and pieces. So yeah, it's all good. Anyway, I will be back in a couple of minutes. Hopefully I'll catch you whenever we return. Right, we've still got 4 minutes on our raid rest break, so as soon as that's up, we'll begin back into it and we'll start going over the plans for everyone. Ba, ba, ba. I'm hoping that my week order is going to work because it wasn't showing up earlier for something. There's a couple of things I'm needing to move around on my screen. Let me try Co-Tank. Where is it? So there's that there. Which I feel is just not quite in the right spot. Try it there. The timer's fine. That's fine up there. Co-Tank. I'm going to move it above because I feel that the buffs are better placed there. And then we'll bring it just over a little bit and up a little. There we go. That looks slightly better on my screen. My phone's buzzing in my pocket. Yeah, I know, I get it. I know it's you. When's your flight? Couple hours. Oh, excuse me. So I've just had a whisper off Zania, who's been playing a warlock for ages, has just turned around and says to me, I might actually just change my main to this one, which is a Army healer. Because we've got so many warlocks, because there's currently 2 in the group, and shorter healers. So that's pretty good. Hey! Are you in the guild? Who's DJ? What's your name in the guild? Ah, that'd be nice, man. I see you followed us earlier on. Thank you for that. Right, so what was I looking to do? We've got 50 seconds on the timer. Raid setup. I need to adjust the makeup. Range, melee, range. It needs to get TQ in it. I'll put TQ on that side. And I'm going to unmute myself on Discord.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Right, let's see who's missing. This is just to make sure everyone's returned. Come on, he's had 10 minutes. So, Hamidal, are you with us? Yeah. Okie dokie, so he's not here, so that means we do the swapsy thing. he will be dropped out from the current fight and brought back in once he comes back. Right, for the rest of these, if you look over at Discord, I'll move him up there now, and I will show you how we're going to tackle this fight. Oh. Where the hell did I put it? Oh, it's that screen. So if everyone can look in, there should be 13 of you to look at it. One person missing from the Discord. There we go. Right, so as I mentioned, the priority is to get rid of or deal with Frost and Storm, because without them, if you take out the other two, then you can't counteract these two. So these are the priorities over those two. The way we're going to tackle the fight is we're going to split into two groups. My group will go on the left side, and the other group will go on the right side with Nog. Group 1 and 3 will focus on Ice to kick it and focus its DPS on that as well. 2 and 4 will focus on Lightning, kicking it, where the tanks will be swapping backwards and forwards with the two bosses. When it comes to the group soak, we're going to put markers on the ground. They are going to be our soak points. So there'll be a yellow and a green marker that I'll place in a minute, an orange and a purple. So the first soak for group 1 will be on the yellow, group 2 will soak on the green. As many people into the soak points as you can. Don't put it on top of the tanks, however, but put it close towards us. Once you have soaked it, the DPS and the healers move to where the second soak point is going to be to get you ready. Melee come back in, start going for your same targets. Kick as much as you can all the way through this part of the fight. The second soak happens, you move out and get ready for the debuff, which means that you go into the fire and stuff. The bloodlust will happen actually quite late into this fight. It's going to be sort of in the middle of the fight. Once the flame gets the soak points clear, it will clear after the second one's been in place for a bit of time. You'll be able to move back to where the first one was. So the third soak goes on the first location, and we just keep it going. Group 1 focuses on kicking as much on Frost. Group 2 on Lightning. Tanks will swap backwards and forwards with Opal and Fire. The rest of the mechanics just fall into place. Does anybody get anything they'd like to ask? Okay. If you whisper 1, 2, 3. Right, so my group is on the left. Also, can we get cookies? Nog, if you go to the front right of the stage, you can drop cookies down just behind us from your relative groups. Bear in mind, your groups may have changed since previous, so just double check your groups before you start moving about. So stack behind your tanks, pick up fresh cookies, make sure you take the cookies from the relative group. So if you've got ones in your bag, get rid of them, take new ones. Is everyone got cookies and at the size they should be? Frosty? Right, last ready check. You also need to give us a couple of seconds to kind of get into position and get things where they need to be. So don't just run straight in, and Ribber, even using your cloak effect isn't really going to help us, unfortunately. Frosty? Say again, mate. It's more that we need to get into position to take up the aggro stuff. I take it Frosty's AFK'd. Right, same principle. So there's the groups. So one last check of your group. Last check. Right, Nog. You'll need to start advancing forward. Everyone come onto the platform, because it will collapse under your arse. You will fall off.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Just remember, give us a minute to get into position.
Interrupt.
Taunted.
Watch your step. Defensive.
Nog, if you come in just a bit closer with yours.
Range 5. Interrupt. Toned boss.
I need to take Opal off you.
Interrupt.
Guardian Power Infusion.
So get ready for your soaks.
Defensive. In defensive.
Taunted.
Interrupt. Watch your step. Interrupt.
Blizzard's coming, get ready to move into your fire.
Incoming. Defensive.
So run over the fire to take the debuff off you.
Taunt boss. Interrupt.
I need fire.
Interrupt.
Taunted.
Defensive. Interrupt.
There's a reason you're taking that back. It's
Interrupt.
Opal, you need to take off me. Yeah, but you need to take I've got 3 stacks of crush.
Guardian Spirit.
Watch
Taunted.
your step. Boss. Interrupt.
Symbol of
No, you've turned it on one, mate. Let
Interrupt.
no. So it's if you see the skull, not the skull, the shield icon, it's Opal.
Taunt boss. Range 5.
Right, let's wipe. I'm also slightly concerned that there's more DPS happening on ice
Watch your step.
than there is on frost. Now, the fact the fact that Frost's health was lower than it should have been, than the other one, suggests that people were not going for the right target in your groups. Because the DPS is balanced in such a way that if you look at the details and look at who done what DPS, use are split so that it puts out an even amount between yous. So the two warlocks on separate groups, the rogue and hunter on separate groups, the mages are split up mostly to balance that out as well. So all the DPS is evenly split, meaning that frost and lightning should have been at the same point. There shouldn't have been such a massive gap in their health. Thanks, Neil. I'll put the markers out. It was green and purple markers on this side. So the soak points are the yellow and green for the first soaks on left and right, orange and purple for the second soak points, left and right for the second time. Yeah, what's your question, TQ? And you'd be better to put it into raid rather than party, so for /raid so that everyone sees it, and it also means if you're not in the same group as me in the future, I would always back it up. And preferably use microphone to talk, it's quicker. No, yous are sticking with frost. We need to mark these up as well. So that one, that one. So the kill order is, or the two colours that are orange and yellow is group 1's main targets. Yellow being your first one. Group 2's main target is the green one, followed up by purple. But you should always be going for the casters so that we can kick as much as we can. Right, let's get Frosty back in. I don't know why you can't speak on Discord, mate. Look, it's a push to talk channel. Frosty, I'm going to put you into the other group. So, group 1 and 3 left, 2 and 4 right. And for the purpose of this, just so that we can clear up where the tanks are standing, we are going there and there. Everyone happy? I know it's a lot of markers, but it should hopefully help you in the first instance. So just make sure that you soak on the the left side on the two markers, right side on the two markers. If everyone in group 1 and 3 comes over to my side just now, everyone in 2 and 4 goes over to the opposite side. Come and stand next to your tanks, nice and close, not miles apart, so that we can see you've actually got the right groups. Come round a bit with me. Nog, if you just push further round your side, it's just so that it's split. So move close to your tanks. Cool. Right, everyone's in the right groups. So my side is yellow. Nog's side is green, and that's your priority first. Give us a second to grab the aggro and get into position.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There you go.
Watch your step. In defensive. Range 5.
Guardian's power infusion.
Taunt boss.
I'm taking Opal.
Taunted.
You don't need to swap yet. I've not had the fire. It's one of these things, we don't need to swap them both at the same time.
Interrupt.
Nice one, Bragg. Take that out to the yellow marker and the orange marker, get away from tanks with it.
Defensive. Taunt boss.
So I'm now taking fire.
Interrupt. Watch your step. Interrupt.
Yep.
Symbol of hope.
AOE incoming. Defensive.
Get ready to run over the fire. You need to take Opal off me, I've got 2 stacks of it. This is crippling me.
Defensive.
Run over the fire so that it takes the debuff off you.
Interrupt. Interrupt. Interrupt.
You also need to take fire off me.
Taunt boss.
Taunted.
Range
Take that
5.
back.
Guardian spirit.
Interrupt. Watch your step. Boss.
Time
Time
warp.
Defensive.
Go to your soak locations. You need to take Opal off me.
Taunted.
Interrupt. Interrupt. Defensive. Taunt boss.
I'm taking Opal back.
Interrupt. Range 5. Interrupt. Watch your step. Defensive.
Take Opal.
Defensive. Interrupt.
Taunted.
Take fire.
Interrupt.
Taunted.
Interrupt.
Guardian spirit.
Interrupt.
Go on to your
Taunt
first
boss.
location for the stacks.
Interrupt. Range 5.
I will get Opal in a minute. Don't come close to the tanks.
Watch your step.
CRM.
Defensive. Interrupt.
No. Just wipe it. So somebody didn't put the soak in the right place. Bearing in mind that one of yous will need to potentially move sides. So if you see that 2 of yous are on the same side, one of yous quickly run over to the opposite side.
Range 5.
And you'll see now that the health of them are pretty much even, which is what we're trying to achieve. So DPS is evenly getting done. Most of the tank swapping's happening. You're just a bit out noggin. Sometimes you're grabbing the wrong target. No, there'll be a CR on him. You'll be able to res Omega and she can res everybody else. Just watch because the boss is about to spawn. No. Yeah, so somebody that had the fire, bearing in mind we need to put one on either side, so if you are not in group 1 or 3, but you see 2 of yous on the same side with it, you're just going to have to move to the opposite side. Start thinking for yourselves. Look, we've managed to make most of the mechanics pretty easy and flow, and this is working. They are baited close to players. So they're not 100% on top of the players, but they're going to be near them. But to get rid of the lightning, Rib's actually been using his Shroud, which is counteracting it as well. So thanks for that, Rib. Using your Shroud to counteract the lightning. But normally what you get is the pillars come up and you go and stand next to them to get rid of the lightning effect. We kind of want to bait them into... No, we want to keep them kind of close to the fight so that the melee classes can get to them. It's why we're only literally using 2 locations to run between. Which is, if you're not standing on the yellow, you're standing on the orange if you're group 1. If you're not standing on the green, you're standing on the purple if you're in group 2. As range and healers. And melees are right up at the main targets. Anybody get any other questions? Yeah, it's because... yeah, it's the crushed nog. You'll have a look at the weak aura, see if you can find it. Right. So as soon as you see crush pop up, that's the swap. We don't need to swap. It shouldn't need, it's not a case of having one boss and another boss, or the 2 Opal and Fire. We don't need to keep swapping them at the same time. It's only the debuff that we need to swap over on. And try and aim them out towards the rear of the raid, because the cone effect, I know that originally we were going to face each other, but if you aim your back to the back of that arena, so that the front cone goes away from everyone from fire. And then just try and stay kind of close to your floating marker. Other than that, we're definitely getting there with it. We've got some good progress. Let's give it another go. If you've got a question, ask just now. Team make stress. Okie dokie. I see you stressing offline. Is you the same problem, Paul? Yeah, no worries. We'll hold off for you. Just let me know once you're loaded back in. Both of yous? Oh, McFlow's went offline. Yeah, it's okay. It happens. Just as a point to note, Himidol don't use Time Warp, which is also known as Bloodlust, unless it's called for. There is a certain part of the fight that I want it. You won't get it if you're on boost. You'll have a debuff which lasts for 10 minutes. So even though the cooldown for you to be able to use it is there, you do not benefit anything from it. Alright. I'm pretty sure the debuff prevents you getting anything, but okay. Right then. Has everyone got cookies? Last ready check, just so that we can make sure that McFlorist and Stress is in.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Taunted.
Interrupt. Watch your step.
So Nog, face your back out to the rear.
Defensive.
Remember, group 1 and 3 get to your positions.
Interrupt.
Be on the markers you're
Range
meant to,
five.
so get to the yellow marker or the green marker, depending what group you're meant to be on. I need to take Opal. Take lightning off me, mate. Yeah, so take lightning. I've got both the casters.
Interrupt.
Taunted.
Interrupt.
That was the wrong one, but okay. So group 1
Guardian Spirit.
now swap to lightning.
Defensive. Interrupt.
Take Opal.
Defensive. Interrupt.
Take Opal.
Taunted.
Nope, wrong one, mate.
Watch your
I'm
step.
fucking getting crushed here.
Interrupt. Interrupt. AOE incoming. Defensive.
And get ready to run over the fire.
Interrupt.
Watch your stacks.
Stack high.
You still need to take
Down
Opal. Look,
course.
can somebody see me? Thank you. No, too
Range
late.
5.
Right, just wipe it.
Interrupt. Interrupt. Interrupt.
It's because you need to make sure that you take
Watch your step.
lightning and look out for the debuffs and taunt the right one, because you're taunting the wrong one in some of them.
Interrupt. Interrupt. Interrupt.
So you can have up to 3 at any given time. But it's making sure that you do the swap with whatever one puts a debuff on the other tank. So the square should be either a cracked shield or like a big fireball. Not a fireball, like a fire bolt with my name underneath it. So it only is one square that should show up, but depending on what debuff it is, will depend on which one you taunt. So are you not seeing any of the debuffs? So that one square is most likely the one debuff I keep having, which is Crush. So if you maybe try reloading your UI, also once you come back in, if you get into the custom options and make sure that on the Primal Council it's one stack of each for it to do the call out for you. So it should only load when you're in combat in this dungeon. Or during the encounter itself. So whenever you actually go into the encounter, then so in encounter it should have a whole series of numbers that would have been preloaded. Probably the better way to do this is if you delete it, and I'll give you my one again. Nobody else click that, please, because it will try and grab all the data, and it then just fucking bottlenecks my internet. And as much as I've got 1 gig, I kind of need to use it. No. Are you getting Virgin? So in the load part, the thing that's ticked on mine is encounter IDs. So it's about halfway down the page. Along with spec role as a tank. So it will specifically look for specific encounters. So it's when you go into combat with those bosses as a tank. Custom options. We'll go from top to bottom. So the first boss, 7 stacks. Teros, 1 stack. So this is in the custom options. Yeah. 7. So 7, 1, 1, 1, 5, 5, 3, and then we've not worked out the rest yet. And it should upload just above your profile pictures. Yep. Yep. And 1 of fire or 1 of earth, which is a crush. On which one, sorry? It won't really show any examples just now. It's just sort of a kind of templated box. Yeah, it's just an example one. Right then, so positions, ready check. After this pull, we'll do a repair. Warrior buff.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Interrupt. Watch your step.
So remember, and be on the proper sides. On the yellow marker if you're in group 1, on the green marker if you're in group 2.
Range 5. Taunt boss.
Guardian
Interrupt.
Spear.
So I now need to take Opal off for you.
Interrupt.
Yeah, it's because I don't have any debuffs right now. Soak
Defensive.
points. Whoever's just ran the fuck out, you've just created it really hard for everyone. So I've now got 2 debuffs. So both of them, mostly Crush, so Opal.
Taunted.
Get ready for the blizzard.
AoE incoming. Taunt boss.
Healing tide.
So I now need Opal back from you. Run into the fire.
High. Defensive. Interrupt.
No. You're also kind of going out of range. Right, so
Range
yeah,
fire.
I can see that. We're going to do a dry run at the back. In fact, wipe it and we'll release and we can repair at the start. We're going to do a dry run of this fight. Because clearly people's not getting the mechanic. Right, everyone release. Use the repair vendor.
You got the coin, that's how you got the bargains.
Don't run back because we're not going back yet. Right, we're going to do a mock-up of this. And we're going to use this part of the fight. So this is very similar, the platform, to where we're going. So tanks need to be at these sort of positions where you're back facing this way, mate. Reason being is because the front cone effect. So we stand sort of side to side each other. The rest of these, depending on your group, we have yellow over there. So if you're in group 1, you're on the yellow for range and melee. Sorry, for range and healers. And group 2 and 4 is on the green. If melee classes can go and stand in the middle of the room just now, get to use in a minute. So the rest of you stand where you should be. So we'll use a blue marker. If you are a melee class, go and stand in the blue marker. Happy days. So that should be the positions that you go to on the opening of the fight. Straight to your markers. We then get the first soak. You don't need to move about, you just stay on your marker points, unless there's something obstructing it. You'll then get a group soak. So the melees need to move out to the group soak point. So go to your groups as 1 and 2s and 3s and 4s. Staying inside the soak location. Once it's been soaked, melees go back to your fighting location, which for this purpose is going to be blue. Range classes relocate to your new positions. Because, so McFlorist, you're not a range class, you're a melee, you should be at the blue marker. So range and healers go between the 2 at either side. So we then go back to the first location because the flames have then spawned and you've soaked them and the melees have went back in to help you. So you then relocate back to the middle of the room for the interim period. So if you head towards the blue for this one. So everyone will go into the middle. Gibby. Cool. During this point, the two soak locations that first spawned will despawn off the platform. As soon as you see them disappear, range and healers go back to their location. Melee keep fighting the melee things within range of you. You then get the soak, so melee runs to the soak points. We've soaked it back to fighting positions and new locations. So melee goes within range of their targets. New positions for the other groups because you are now standing fire if you're ranging healers. So you have got to relocate to your new spawn point. So Himidal, you need to be over at the purple with your group because there's fire on that part. And it becomes this sort of cycle backwards and forwards. We then get the next soak. Melees go to your groups to help soak. Stay on your second places. So don't run about, look, range and everything. Stay at your points. It's not spawned yet, so you should be on purple and orange. Purple and orange for the soaks. Hello, testing. 1, 2. Can anybody hear me? So the secondary soak points is the purple and orange. So green and yellow for the first, orange and purple for the second. You then all need to get out of the fire. So both positions on both sides will have fire on it, which means that we want to go back into the centre. At which point the tanks have stayed static all the way through this. You then have the first spawn points will disappear, meaning that range and healers go to their positions, fighting melee stay next to their targets. Fire soaks goes into position, everyone helps soak. So Ribbert, you're over the side, pal. It's then been soaked, back to fighting positions, melee and range relocate. So Bragg, you should be up at orange now. And it just becomes that constant motion. You go to the first fighting position, secondary fighting position, alternate fighting position, primary, secondary, back to alternate. So green and yellow is your primary, orange and purple is your secondary, blue is during the intermission whilst we're waiting to get you back into primary. Melee classes, obviously, you don't go to the blue part at any point. It's only for demonstration purposes. You will stick next to your tanks. Has anybody got any questions on how this is going to flow? Yeah, so even though you are around that marker, you don't need to be stood right on top of each other. It's just it needs to be close enough for the soaks to happen. But also so that when the soak does happen, you don't put it directly on top of a tank. Like the position that we're in, both tanks should never have to move except when you get the debuff for frost and you need to run across the fire. If in the instance though that the two people that get the soaks are on group 2, one of you need to make your way across to the opposite side in order to put it on the same side. And the reason for that is so that I can move in for my soak when I need to take my cleanse off, but also so that the other group can help soak it with you, because there's not enough people on the other side. That's one that you need to work out on the fly which one of you is going to move. Has anybody got anything they'd like to ask? Stress, any questions? So you go from primary fighting position, which is the first location. Once you've done the soak, move to secondary fighting position. Once it's corrupted, move into the middle of the room, wait for primaries to come back up, move back to them. Constant cycle. Right, let's get ourselves back out to the fight. We've got another sort of 20 minutes or so. In terms of the execution of it, most of this is flowing. It's just getting the finer mechanics. So making sure that the fires get put into the right places. Folk, remember to take off the frost debuff by running into the fire. You don't need to stand in it for 10 seconds or anything. Just look up at your debuffs. You'll see a little frost icon. When you've got the 3 or 4 stacks on it, run into the fire. It takes it off, run straight back out it, go back to fighting. And what we'll try doing, Nog, is when we swap Opal, we'll also swap fire. So there's 2 on each side. What happened? Can you grip her up? Look, rather than just stand there. Yeah, don't swim away. Look, they're got to try and summon you. If you can keep putting some heals on her. Oh, there we go. Right, so let me just put the markers back out. So tank. Yellow. Orange. Green. Purple. And we'll even put the blue one in for when those 2 positions are out. Right then. Everyone on the platform. Everyone's got 3 cookies. I'm assuming so because everybody clicked already.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Taunted.
So take Storm as well, mate.
Watch your step. Interrupt. Defensive.
Guardian Spirit.
Take
Power
fire.
infusion.
Interrupt. Range 5.
You need to take fire.
Taunt boss.
No, you've.
Interrupt.
Ugh.
Interrupt.
So take fire off me still.
Taunted.
Interrupt.
Soak position, so green and yellows.
Defensive. Interrupt. Interrupt. Taunt boss.
I'm taking fire. Take Opal.
Watch your step. Interrupt. AOE incoming. Taunt boss.
I want to take Opal. So 3 stacks, 4 stacks,
Symbol of
5
hope.
stacks, onto the fire, back out it.
Taunt boss.
Healing tide.
I'm taking fire.
Defensive.
Guardian spirit.
Range 5.
You need to take Opal off me.
Interrupt.
Look, I'm seriously struggling.
Taunted.
Interrupt. Watch your step.
Fire needs to come off me as well. Soak points for secondary
Close.
locations.
Interrupt.
One needs to come to their side.
Taunted.
Well done.
Interrupt.
Spirit link.
Interrupt. Interrupt. Defensive. Taunt boss.
I'm taking fire.
Interrupt.
Take Opal off me.
Range 5.
Taunted.
So you should all be at the blue marker if you don't
Interrupt.
run over the top of the tanks. Fuck's sake.
Watch your Interrupt. step.
Divine him.
Taunt boss.
I'm
Interrupt.
taking Opal.
Taunted.
Taunt boss. Interrupt.
I'm taking fire.
Guardian spirit.
Interrupt.
No, too soon, mate, because you've still got the debuff on you.
Interrupt. Defensive.
Now take Opal.
Interrupt.
Taunted.
First positions for the
Interrupt.
soaks.
Range 5. Defensive. Interrupt. Watch your
Gateway.
step.
You need to take fire off me as well.
Interrupt.
Taunted.
Interrupt. Taunt boss.
I'm taking that one off of you.
Interrupt. Interrupt. AOE incoming.
Get ready to go into the fire.
Taunt boss. Defensive. Stack high. Stack high.
Take Opal off me.
Range 5.
Taunted.
Interrupt.
Ancestral guidance.
Watch your step. Interrupt. Taunt boss.
Don't put the
Interrupt.
fucking debuffs on us.
Defensive.
Taunted.
Interrupt. Interrupt. Defensive. Interrupt. Interrupt. Range 5.
Take Opal.
Taunted.
Taunt boss. Watch
got
your
fire.
step. Taunt boss.
Guardian
Interrupt.
spirit. Power infusion.
Give me a second. You'll need to block through it.
Interrupt.
Just wait till my cooldown comes off.
Spirit link.
Interrupt. Defensive. Defensive.
Take Opal.
Taunted.
Interrupt.
Focus on fire. Bloodlust.
Healing time warp. Time warp.
Watch your step.
So everyone should be focused on fire now.
Taunt boss. Defensive.
Salvation.
Kinda running out of space here.
Defensive.
Take Opal.
Taunted. Divine him.
Defensive.
Take fire.
Taunted.
Watch your step. Taunt boss.
Just keep focusing on fire.
Taunt boss.
Yeah. Oh, wrong button. That was certainly a lot better. Did MD notice if they did enrage? Cheers. Is it the week order showing up for you yet, mate? Yep. Yep. Yeah, so the countdown is time for the debuff to expire. And the number in the bottom right corner of it is the number of stacks. So this fight is we only take one of each stack. So the minute you see the shield icon, that's your cue to take Opal. When the fire icon appears, that's your cue to take fire. Yeah, that's all it is. It's so you could have 3 bosses on you at one time. You might have, in your case, lightning, fire, and Opal. Or I might have 3 of them because the debuffs come out at different times. Ideally, we want to try and balance it 2 and 2, but it might be a case that it doesn't always happen. Yeah, it's called Fire Path on Mines. Right. And we're going to pull.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Interrupt.
Take Storm.
Watch your
Grab
step.
Storm off me, mate.
Defensive.
So that's me get fire. You need to take it as well.
Range 5.
So,
Taunt boss.
Taunted.
there we go.
Interrupt. Interrupt. Interrupt.
Go to the soak positions.
Defensive.
Somebody needs to move out to the other one. It's a melee class.
Taunt
Oh,
boss.
McFlorist, you've really screwed that over.
Interrupt.
Guardian
Take
Spirit
Opal off me.
Soldier. Taunted.
Interrupt. AOE incoming.
Get ready to get into the blizzard. So get ready to get into the fire.
Healing Tide.
Stack high. Defensive.
Run over the fire.
Interrupt.
Symbol of Hope.
Take fire off me.
Interrupt.
Taunted.
Defensive. Interrupt.
Opal off me.
Range 5.
Taunted.
Interrupt. Interrupt. Defensive. Watch your step. Interrupt. Interrupt. Taunt boss.
Take fire.
Interrupt. Interrupt.
Spirit link. Taunted.
Interrupt.
Guardian spirit.
Interrupt. Taunt boss. Defensive.
Swap.
Range
Rallying
5.
cry.
Interrupt.
Take Opal.
Taunted.
Interrupt. Watch your step.
Right, we're going to have to
Taunt
move out.
boss. Defensive.
I want Opal.
Interrupt.
You're out of range. You'll need to come closer, I can't taunt.
Interrupt. Interrupt.
Take fire off me.
In defensive. Interrupt. Range 5. Taunt boss. Watch your step.
Take Opal.
Interrupt.
You need to take Opal.
Taunt boss.
Guardian spirit. Power infusing.
Take fire off me.
Interrupt.
Taunted.
AOE incoming.
Get ready to run over the fire.
Taunt boss. Defensive. Range 5. Interrupt.
Take Opal.
Interrupt.
Taunted.
Watch your step. Interrupt. Interrupt.
Soak near the pillars because it'll get rid of them.
Boss. In defensive.
Take fire.
Healing tide.
Interrupt. Interrupt. Defensive.
You should have been using it at some point, yeah.
Symbol of hope.
Range 5.
Guardian spirit.
Take Opal off me.
Boss. Watch your step.
Taunted.
Interrupt.
See how the priest, as soon as it comes up.
Taunt boss. Interrupt.
Swap. I need Opal, you take fire.
Spirit link. Taunted.
Interrupt. Taunt boss. Defensive.
Swap over again.
Taunted.
Take Opal.
Range 5. Interrupt.
CR him quickly.
Watch your step.
As soon as you get back up, take Opal off me.
Interrupt. Defensive. Defensive.
Somebody CR'd him. Oh, fucking hell. I'm down. I'm with no CRs.
AOE incoming.
So whenever you CR somebody, they spawn on your location, so bear in mind if you're a range clash and you're fucking miles away, it's not going to help.
Taunt.
Range 5. Watch your step.
Right, let's see if these actually enrage. So nobody releasing now. In fact, yeah, everyone release because we're at that time. Nobody disappeared though. Right, I've got a couple of quick feedback points. If you're a melee class and you've got the soak mechanic, you need to move out to the soak position. Don't stand on top of the tanks because you fuck us over and then that causes the fight to get into chaos. If there is two people from the same group with the soak, one of yous needs to quickly move to the other side. Try and put the soaks close to the pillars in future as well, because it will get the pillars off the ground and we don't get overrun by shit tons of pillars. So melee classes, look out for your soak, move out with it. If there's two people on the same side with a soak, one of yous relocate. Try and put the soaks close to the pillars to encompass them and get rid of them. Gives us more space, and then move backwards and forwards on the platform. So position 1 to position 2. Find out an empty space, position 1 to position 2. Empty space, keep going. Try and stay relatively close to each other so that we bait the pillars and we can cleanse the pillars by putting the fire on it. I don't care about heroic mechanics, and I don't actually give a toss about any other people's way of doing stuff. We do it my way and the way that we have discussed and looked at our mechanics. We've tailored things to how we as a guild are going to achieve it, not what YouTube videos tell me. I've got to tailor things for what we've got as a guild and what we've got to work with on a given night. So it's good that you're looking at other people's things, but we will always use our tactics over anything else. Right then, closing points. Mythics, if you've not already started doing them, start getting about mythics, start getting some gear. There is mythics on a Monday that we do as a guild. We'll try and form as many groups as we can, balance them out. You might find that you are doing lower keys than what you would like to be doing, but that's because it's a team effort. There's no I in team, but there's certainly a you in. And moving on to the next thing, which is to improve, you are going to have to self-analyze. Do a bit of homework. Look at the Warcraft logs that are about to get put up. Use Whitefest to find out what you're doing well and what you're not doing so well at. It will tell you things like, on the WoW Analyzer, which spells you're missing, what spells you're using really well, what spells you could use more of, so on and so forth. Pug raiding. Pug raiding is not allowed on any difficulty over Wednesdays and Thursdays. We will not be doing an extra raid night on Sunday this week, as I will not be about. So therefore, after Thursday, people can go and pug raid. The first boss, we are 1 kill away from it being classed as a farm boss, which means that we've got the mechanics of it pretty slick and we'll get it going. That's my points. Now from yous, I want some points about how you felt you done, as in 1 good point, 1 negative point, and how you're going to actually address that negative point, and turn around saying, oh, I'm not sure, I don't know, doesn't wash with us. We're all here to improve. There's always something we can do, and you need to either find a way of improving it, and you should have a rough idea how that is, because a lot of it's discussed previously. If you're not sure, you need to come and speak to one of us. Stress, you're up first, pal. Okay. Bragg. Frosty. Frostkiller. Okey-doke. So, you mean soul shards is when you're going to expend them to use your... Okay. Oh, so you're overcapping on them? Is that what you mean? So it's going like 5 and above? Right, okay. A really good thing to maybe look at is a weak aura that shows you certain abilities and stuff. I can recommend you one. Gibby. Alright. Nog. Himadol. It's always something that you must be doing good at, though. Something you feel that you've done well at. You think that's bad way to get to the fucking spider staircase? McFlorist. Pulladin. Pulladin. Hello. Please talk. Please don't type. We like to be social. Need to work on your DPS. Okie dokie. And Ribber. I would probably use WoW Analyzer on the first boss. So whenever I upload the log, you'll be able to go in and look at it, and it'll show you what abilities to keep up more. Cool. TQ. Oh, why write essays? Just talk, pal. Okie doke. Zinir? Yep. Yep. Yeah, it's so like I'd said at the start, like, there's a week order that we run, as me and Nog run, which shows us like what buffs are missing and everything. And one of the things is a sort of rough template of tank healer DPS ratios. And I did say at the beginning of the night that we would be better suited to having a 239 build to give us 15. But we can only roll with what we've got, and this is where you as a guild group need to get amongst the rest of your guildies and encourage them if they're a healer. Like I know Ducky was on earlier. I did ask him, but I didn't get a reply. Try and encourage them to come along to raid nights. If there is somebody out of you that would like to become a healer, as your main character within the raid, then it is something that we will allow for. However, it needs to be someone that is going to be a regular attender with a high attendance rate, because otherwise, if you drop out, we then end up back in the same position. But if there is somebody that thinks that, yeah, I'm going to be a regular attender, I can be here most raid nights, I can heal, then put a message on Discord over the next couple of days, have a think about it, and let us know. Zinir, bad point? Dice. Cool. Again, I'd same thing, use the WoW analyzer once I upload the log, which actually I'm going to do just now before I forget. And Omega. And something that you're done good at. So tomorrow night is the council fight. That's where we're going to start off. We'll see how it goes in the first sort of pool. We may consider using the Vantage runes on that fight. That's why we ask people not to use them on any other bosses, because the folk that have used them, there's 2 use, yous will not benefit from it. Outside of that, thank you everyone for your input tonight. Hopefully you have enjoyed it, and we are progressing at a good pace. We're not fast paced and busting through it. For those that were slightly late to coming in tonight, just so that you are aware, the guild bank will not operate anytime in the near future, because the ability to craft things, the cost of things, it takes far too fucking much time, effort, energy for our officers and resources and gold. What we do ask is that everyone has all their gear enchanted. I will allow for 1 or 2 enchants to be missing, i.e. weapon and perhaps legs, because they're the most expensive things right now. But outside of that, you're expected to have all your gear enchanted. If you have got the money to go and buy your combat potions and all the rest of it, please do so, as they will help the fights. But for the interim period, until we come up with a way of getting more resources into the bank, then we cannot provide you with anything out with that. And if you do have any spare materials that you feel that you can donate to the bank, especially herbs and stuff, Zero will gladly use them to make potions for us going forwards. And enchant materials or anything that can be disenchanted, Omega can deal with that and get them built up. And so it's mostly just the raw materials. We don't actually need anything to be crafted. We've got people within the officers allocated to be able to craft the stuff, and the idea is if we keep it on them, their skill level will come up, and means that you'll get better quality stuff quicker. As long as we start getting materials. We've not had any materials over the last few weeks, so that's why we need to suspend the guild vault withdrawals. Also, if you are coming tomorrow, please sign up to the raid. There is a post in Discord, although it's halfway buried up now at the top of the raid channel, that you can sign up, or sign up in game. Other than that, okay. We'll wait to see what other people comes back with as well, and we'll look at it as a whole. Like I said, put comment in Discord raid, and we'll look at who does what and everything else. Anything anyone else wants to ask or add? Oh, you fucking muppet. Right. Yeah, actually, just on that one, because this came up earlier on. If you're asking guild chat in game, there's a good chance you're not going to get a response. And it's not that people have been rude or not wanting to reply back to you. It's sometimes that the chat moves too quick and we don't see it, or we're busy doing something else. And the default kind of thing would be, please come into Discord, be social, get to know each other. King's Landing is the social channel. It's the place to hang out, have a laugh. Even if you're not doing keys or anything else, come and talk to each other. Get to know people. That way we get to know people's... look, you can ask a question like, oh, I'm really struggling with this. How do I do that? And there's a good chance somebody in the channel will be able to answer the question for you. If you type it in Guild, there's a good chance it's going to get missed because we're doing other things. Everyone wants to do something that benefits them, which means that you don't always pick up on what's getting said in the Guild text channel in-game. But if you're on Discord, talking freely, you tend to get more out of people. So, say again, mate. You don't even read your fucking whispers. I just invite you to groups to get your attention. Matty, see if you've been back to that auction house, I'm going to come down to fucking Nottingham and bitch slap you. Right. Anyway, also, I don't know if any of you are aware, but fucking the time walking is this week's thing to get a nice shiny item. But also, time walking was bugged earlier. Both wings of LFR are open, left and right, which is essentially the two sides we've been doing tonight. There is good gear comes from it. Use your drop optimizers, find out what you need. Make sure that your weak aura for the auto need greed thing and pug groups is set to always need and always greed, and tick need and greed and take fucking everything from the pug grades. Especially LFRs. So yeah, left and right wings LFRs up. Also there's a world boss as well. And I am going to go for a little bit. I will be back on to do some time walking. Hopefully it fucking works. But thank you everyone for hanging about, listening to everything. Hopefully you take it as positive feedback and criticism. It's not me having a bitching session. No worries, mate. Remember, King's Landing is the social channel. Once you're finished here, head up there if you're hanging about. If you're staying in the game, sit and talk to people. Yeah, I kind of figured, mate. It's fine. Nog, are you staying about? It's probably a good idea if the two of us run the LFR together so that we can get this debuff thing sorted. If anybody wants to come do LFR, feel free to jump in, by the way, and stay in the channel. If you're not, can you leave the group? I've been there, done that. Yeah. The thing is me and Zenith actually did do it earlier on. Yeah. I mean, I've already done it twice. How the fuck did I remove? Oh, I can't fucking take him out. what you'll find is that I say this all the time. Like, looking at websites like Icy Vein and Wowhead, will give you opinions on what your talent should be. I personally am a firm believer of using factual data to base what to use, and there is a way that you can do it using the Warcraft log website, which is where we upload all our logs to, and you can do the same thing of copying the talents. I have got all my talents for all the dungeons, so that there's some dungeons I've got certain abilities I need for, and I have got a generic raid build. But if you are about tomorrow before raiding, I can show you how to do it. Yeah, I'll go for it. If you're about tomorrow early on before raiding, if we've got about a half hour, then that would be ideal. Yeah, that's fine. McFlores, something you might want to consider is a range class. I don't know how you feel about that. Because I think that one of the things that I notice that you sometimes struggle with is because you're so close, you don't always get to see the mechanics that are happening, and then by the time you do see it, it's harder for you to react. So it might be worth making your main character in the guild a range class for doing raiding and stuff. Well, it doesn't need to be geared. Look, you seen tonight with Tane Frosty, he literally dinged 70 yesterday, and was it eye level 340? He came to raid with us tonight, and he done perfectly fine. So as long as it's 70 and around the kind of 340 mark, then I would strongly encourage you to move to a range class. It's a bit like Matty. Matty struggles with melee classes, so he's moved over to a range class. In fact, he's went for Hunter as well. But it might be slightly easier for you to. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a melee class is a very kind of. It's very pinpoint focus, so you don't get to see what's happening around you, and like moving your camera about can be quite difficult, which means that moving out of things becomes even harder. Whereas if you're at range, no worries, no, it's slightly more forgiving at times. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the other thing that I've noticed that you do is to move out of things, you turn your character and then move, which is it's a very slow method of doing it. The quicker way to do it is it's called strafe. Now, if you've already got the default keys, the Q and E is what's known as strafing, so it's sidestepping. So you sidestep left or sidestep right. That's the quicker way of getting out of things rather than turning and running. Because by the time you turn and run, that's taking 2-3 seconds, whereas strafing is instantaneously, and you move out of the immediate threat. Yeah, that's fine. If you are wanting to switch to your hunter as your main for raiding and stuff, if you can just update your notes in the guild roster, and I would probably encourage you to do it sooner rather than later, because the quicker that you transition over, if it is going to be your intention, the quicker we can start getting you some gear. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you tomorrow night for more raid. Yeah, that was. All right. Yeah, we don't have anything on a Friday anymore. We used to obviously have raiding, but we suspended it to keep it so as it was at the start of the reset week. Yeah, because you don't need to be up so early. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, no worries. Laters. Dog would say bye, but he's away for a vape. Cool. Bit of progress. I'm just waiting for Milk to get back. I need to get my bum out this fucking raid though. Welcome back, dude. We can move to small council if you want. Because I don't think there's going to be anyone else joining us. It looks like it's just me and you. I did ask in Gil, but nobody taken us up on it. So, in fact, we'll go down to Winterfell. Right. Is there a particular one that you'd rather do, or I'll sign up for both. I'm assuming you need both anyway. Yeah, I can find it. Right, so we're queued for the first one. Queue for the second one. Right, whilst we're waiting in the queue popping, like I was saying during the raid, the way that week order works is it shows the debuffs on the player. Have you maybe got the week order twice? Have you maybe got a copy? You might have two copies of the week order. So the name of it is... Yeah, that's the... So take out one of them. And go into the one that you're left with. I mean, I'll go down the numbers. So in the custom options, yeah, so 7 1 1 1 5 5 3, and the rest I've not figured out because that's. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so it should play. So, provided you've got the add-on, this is where actually, because you don't normally have your game sound on, do you? Right. So, there is an add-on that is called I don't remember the exact name of it, but it comes up as week or a sound pack. Wait till I have a look. Yeah, it is on Curse. And on Curse its name is, wait till I have a look. Common WA. No, it's not it. Hang on. Sound media, all one word, is what you're looking for. What's that? Sound media. Oh no, sorry, shared media. And it's all one word. Underscore. Okay, so in your in-game, oh, the dungeon's up by the way. The add-on in-game when you look at it is WA Sound Pack. So when you look down your add-on list, WA Sound Pack is the one that you're looking for. It's right at the very bottom, yeah. So, oh, there's somebody in this fucking group that I don't want. Fallen Stars. Yep. So, it's the one with the marker on them. So, vote to kick. I don't care. Can we see the LFR? I think so. Yep. Happy days. No, it's not a vote. It's if there's enough people clicks it. Oh no, in fact, no, he's still here. Because I've got the big warning blacklisted in guild or in group. Yes. Yes, and he is now the guild leader of it. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen it. I'm gonna have to clear some trash by the looks at by the end. Right. Did we try and get rid of this fucker from this guild? I've got to whisper him. Just hold on a second, mate, before you start running off. I've got the skull marker.
Was this the best you could muster, Calicos? A band of mewling soft scales following a whelp?
So it looks like he is only one.
Under my heel.
Come back out in a minute. Come back out. I'll show you why in a second. Oh, that should have been tanks. No. Yeah. So they've kicked me out, so all you do is fucking leave them. No, it was just a guild member. It's fine. So it'd be quite fun if we did actually. Oh. I don't care. She's away. Yeah, I just won't do it with them in groups anymore. Because the more that you support them and keep them active, the more shit that you've got to deal with from them. The one that, yeah, I could do. It's I'm still working on it though. It's part of the guild one that I've been building. So it's not ready to be kind of passed out just yet. Yeah, I wonder. Got stuff in the mailbox to pick up actually. Wait till you see the fucking spider one. That is a absolute balls of a fight. Yeah, it's one of the wings. Mhm. What, to drop all aggro? Do it on every fucking fight just for the shits and giggles factor. Ah, fuck that. Just drag the fight out for about a half hour. Which one's this? Oh, this is go right. Right, there's nobody in this group that's in the blacklist because the week order's not popped up. Yeah, if you take the one on the opposite side, go for one each. Yeah, I had to use it a lot as well tonight, but it's because we were doing a healer. That's what I says to you on the fight that's round here. It wasn't you weren't getting heals, it's they were trying to heal everyone else. Yeah, mine's the same. Turn the cone this way. I'm going to kite this fucker all the way along the corridor. Where's the rest of the group? Yeah. Yeah. I'll fucking heal myself up. Keep going.
Rewind.
Good, oh, I'm fucking having to heal myself because I've got all the aggro. Or I did at that point. Oh. Bring them up round the corner and we'll line of sight them on the edge.
Ancestral guidance. Taunted.
What are you taunting for? Oh yeah. I know somebody else has. They pulled in that fucking dragon. Oh, you're starting to shoot.
Dream flight tide.
I just heard it going to dun.
Dream flight.
Just keep moving up. Fucking soloing away down here on my own.
Taunted.
The dragon's got a cone of, not a cone, a bubble effect on this one. Right, time to cause some more chaos and anarchy. Right, this does a throwback, so I'm going to position myself in against the fucking wall. Let's grab the next fucking lot. Just fucking line of sight round the back corner. So if you pull everything out, mate. There we go. I'm fucking cotton on.
Touch of death. Touch of death.
If you go down the left side, I'll go down the right. We can stun the ads as they come up. We'll just do the exact same as we've done before on this.
Five, four, three,
Fucking hunters.
Bloodlust. Darkness.
Watch your step.
So you'll need to go over the first set.
Taunt boss.
Don't know how the fuck I'm going to manage this.
Watch your step.
Like the fucking cones are all over the place.
Defensive.
Swapsies.
Taunted.
Watch your step.
Rewind.
You'll need to try and put that in between them. Yeah. Yeah. I'll try and fucking aim between this one. We'll go
Watch
right
your
as
step.
normal.
Zephyr.
Defensive.
Get ready to relocate.
Tranquility.
Special coming.
So it's the movement part.
Stampeding roar.
Yeah.
Ancestral guidance. Spirit link.
Watch your step.
Yeah, all the pillars are pretty much
Dream
on the
flight.
opposite
Defensive.
fucking side. Fuck 'em.
Taunted. Dream flight. Ancestral guidance.
Watch your step.
Move over a bit. There you go. Oh, you were off.
Watch your step. Defensive.
Coming through.
Taunt boss. Watch your
Swap.
step.
You'll need to take it off them.
Taunted.
And then put it over the top of those pillars that are round to the right. Yeah.
Taunt boss.
This is going to be really interesting if it fucking...
Guardian spirit.
Special coming.
See what I mean?
Stampeding roar.
Yeah.
Healing tide.
So now the fucking
Touch of
platform
Touch of
is
death.
split into two half
Salvation.
components. Take it off me, mate.
Taunted. Darkness.
Watch your step.
Divine shield.
Don't.
Taunted. Rallying cry. Symbol of hope.
Nah, it's finished anyway.
Watch your step.
Yeah. Right. Back out. Should have automatically done it for you anyway. Just look at your bags. Ba-dum. Okay, well that's a big step. Nine? Nine? Right, let's keep moving them.
Ancestral guidance. Dream flight. Healing time. Tranquility.
Yeah, it's still a big AoE part here. Don't worry about it. I'm not.
Ancestral guidance.
Through the doorway. Let's grab the spiders as well. Fucking needs more pull.
Divine heal. Spirit link. Dream flight.
Yep, so I'm moving back. So we are coming to the spider. Basically, you keep running up the staircase kind of gradually, and it's going to try and pull you in at different points. So you need to run out to avoid the run-in. The pull-in, sorry.
Salvation.
Don't get pulled off the platform. And we swap backwards and forwards, avoid the first on the ground because there's going to be shit tons of it because people will be all over the fucking place. And I'm really disliking that fucking hunter. Yeah. He's using misdirect and he's misdirected onto you. There's going to be big ads that spawn as well. We, as far as I know, don't get the aggro of it. Well, maybe we do actually. So if you just wait here a second. Potentially. Oh, fuck this. Just come out. It's got to reset. Yeah. So yeah, the boss comes down. There's a big ad spider, little trashy ones. Don't worry about the little trashy ones. Big one, go and pick it up if you're not the active tank. 5 stacks of the debuff, we swap it over. You need to keep going up that staircase, and you want to try and kind of get behind the pillars to stop you getting pulled off at different points as well. No, he stays suspended like that until we get to the very top, and then he hits the floor at the very top. Yeah.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bloodlust.
So if you grab the little trashy ads. Yeah, loads of shit on the ground.
Rewind.
So it's about to do the pull thing in a second. Yeah, you need to taunt off me because I'm now up to 6. Yeah.
Pulling in.
I'm dead. Yep. Thanks. Yeah.
Ancestral guidance.
Because they're idiots. Yeah, you take it up, so we want to move up a bit more. It's just that they're not fucking moving up.
Touch of death. Gateway. Touch of death.
So there's another grip, so you want to try and kind of use the pillars. See what I mean? Swap. Look, big swap. Mate, I really need. And again, we want to try and make our way over towards that next pillar for the next pull-in. Well, the ad's about to
Charge.
spawn. And I'll swap.
Stampeding roar.
Taunt
There
boss.
we go.
Divine him. Bloodlust. Tranquility.
Oh, with the guild, yeah.
Green flag.
Why do you think I fucking left this? Come on. People need to come up.
Ancestral guidance.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
Taunted.
I'm dead again.
Pulling in.
I suppose I might as well release. Go back and start teabagging. No. No, it's you can use your steed, yeah. But even at that, it's fucking a clutch moment if you don't get the position of it. That's why you're better to try and aim for that pillar, so that you get pulled onto it. Then you deal with the ad, and you sort of keep going with it. Well, I kind of did this on my first attempt at the boss. I actually killed this first time on LFL. Look, this is the thing though. Look, I've done this boss now twice, 3 times actually, and that's the first time that I've had a group just stand there. Yeah.
Five, four, three,
Yeah. So you grab the ad.
Ancestral guidance. Healing top. Zephyr. Bloodlust.
So you'll need to grab the spider that's back there.
Touch of death.
Yeah, you just need to kind of keep on it. When it's about to do the pull-in thing. Fucking hell. Look, move up. Look at all the idiots standing down the bottom.
Taunted.
Taunt.
It's going to start doing the pull again.
Pulling in.
Stampeding roar.
Take it off you.
Taunt boss.
If you go and grab the... It's not here yet actually. So the big ad's coming in 15 seconds. Yeah, I need to take off my mate. Oh, too late. Yeah. Like, it doesn't help that the fucking healers are nowhere near. Fucking miles away. No.
Taunt boss. Taunt boss. Taunt boss.
No.
Taunt boss. Pulling in. Pulling in.
Yeah. Half the problem is half of them still halfway down. Because they're not moving up. And it's pulled it halfway back down the
Taunt
platform.
boss. Pulling in.
So by this point you should be pretty much at the very top. Yeah. It's all the DPS is fucking malingering that's preventing you getting forward on it. It's another pool.
Pulling in.
But there's somebody way down the very bottom because you can see the fucking the pool. Oh, somebody just got pulled off the side. Is that you? Oh, right. So now that the boss is now at the fucking end, it drops onto the platform, and that's when you would then nuke it. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's actually gone up in health. It says 29.4%. Oh, this is fucking ridiculous. It really is. I'll tell you what, we'll stop on each of the platform till the ad's done, and then we'll move up. Because clearly they don't get the concept of moving. It's got to laugh at the fact that somebody's like, oh, they don't even tank. Pretty sure they do. Look. It's interesting, somebody's put theirs ready, but they're nowhere near the group. The hunter. Right, go for it, mate.
Ancestral guidance. Bloodling tide.
I'm just got to stay here, because they clearly don't want to fucking do it apart from it. Right, so now move over.
Touch of death.
The pull's going to happen in 10 seconds. There's a swap.
Taunted.
Pulling in.
Stampeding roar.
Yeah. Move up to the next platform.
Gateway.
Taunt.
So I can't even taunt it. I can't taunt it because it's out of range. Yeah.
Rebirth.
Pulling in.
There's the next pull in. Can I get you back up? Apparently my battery's low.
Taunted.
Yeah, you have now.
Touch of death.
Ad's about to spawn.
Touch of death.
Jay's back here, mate.
Pulling in. Stack high.
Spirit link.
So you take the little ad, the spider.
Tranquility.
Right, and now we want to keep moving up. Just wait a second. Swap.
Pulling in.
Taunted. Zephyr. Stasis. Divine him.
Keep going up.
Taunt. Boss. Taunt.
I've got it.
Boss.
The pool mechanics come in a second.
Pulling in.
There you go.
Stampeding roar. Touch of death.
Get ready to swap. Swap.
Gateway. Taunted.
Just stay here though now. Stay in this area because there's an ad to come still.
Taunt.
I'll take it in a moment. I'm waiting my debuff falling off. There's the ad. You
Healing
grab
tide.
the ad.
Ancestral guidance. Taunted.
Front cone. Move up.
Taunted. Gateway.
Pulling up.
There's the pool. Just fucking use the pillar. Keep moving all the way up now.
Taunt.
It's fine if people fucking follow the mechanic. And this is how it's done. Yeah. I'm kind of struggling with the debuff though. You'll need to take it off me a second.
Touch of death. Touch of death.
No, I've still got it.
Taunted.
There you go.
Pulling up.
Because I've got 14 stacks.
Rewind. Zephyr. Stampeding roar. Stasis. Gateway.
You've just got to have to take the ship, mate. You'll come onto the platform in a second. There you
Dream
go.
flight.
Taunt boss.
He will try and pull you in. You'll skate all about the place like a fucking idiot. Don't stand in the webs.
Spirit link.
And he's dead. There's a thing to click on to take you back down. It's going to be a difficult one for us, except for the fact because we've got a lot of warlocks and a lot of hunters that can move and cast. So yeah, we should actually do not too bad as a guild because of what we're stacking. It's why I didn't come down this way after we done that last boss, because I knew that was the next one. It was like, yeah, we'll fucking give that a miss. Right, this next one is the room's got 4 kind of quadrants to it, and you sort of move the boss between the 4 different areas. It causes
Guidance.
some ads to spawn as well. Different ads do different things.
Tranquility.
Ultimately though, you want the tanks to have their backs to the wall.
Divine. Rallying cry. Rewind.
Fucking cunt stand all over me.
Zephyr. Salvation.
Look, they expect me to move as the tank.
Gateway.
Any tanking class shouldn't need to move. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's part of your mitigation. Right. So, if you look at the floor, you can see there's a red section, brown section, a little, yeah. So, red is fire, blue is ice, brown is earth, and purple is lightning. We'll take it into fire first. Over red, sorry. So we'll do this side. So where I am just now is where we'll go first. Alright, so my side. And we aim it towards the wall because it does a throwback, and we just swap, so we stay slightly apart on it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bloodlust.
So if you just stand next to me,
Defensive.
and that's just
Taunt
knocked me
boss.
back. Oh, so you've been hit by it as well, so you've got the debuff. So ideally you
What's
shouldn't have
your
been hit, because we only want one of us at a time to have it.
Watch your step.
Right, I just put myself against the wall again. So stay out of my range for the cone.
Defensive.
And you want to make sure that you tank swap after this one, because I'll have 2 stacks now. So you should
Watch
have
your
taken it off
step.
me.
Taunted.
And drag it into the next quadrant.
Watch your step.
It's just this way here.
Taunted.
Yeah.
Taunt boss.
Zephyr.
Yep.
Divine Him.
Defensive.
So now you take off of me,
Taunted.
and then you put your
Dream.
no, you're back to the wall. So we want to do like 2 in each sort of area.
Taunt boss.
Ancestral guidance.
And now I'll take it into the next quadrant.
Rallying cry.
Run.
Move out the ring. And then run across it, back in
Rewind.
towards the boss. Right, we're now going to get some ads, which are based around the areas that we've been in. Just gonna keep them together. Usual thing, go for frost because it does a kick effect, or a stun effect, sorry.
Stasis.
Interrupt.
Darkness.
Interrupt. Running.
Everyone stack in. And then it's the fire. And then we'll take it into earth next. So boss comes back out.
Rebirth.
Defensive.
And we're going to do the swap.
Taunt boss.
Go for it.
Taunted.
Oh, you get hit by it as well.
Run.
Yeah. So move out and then back in.
Zephyr.
Yeah. You just kind of move off it and then move back over it. Right, I'll let you take a second hit on this. Can you see the debuff thing though? On your screen now? So mine's is on 5 seconds. Here's the ring. Yeah, so that's not yours, that's mine's that you're seeing. As I can see, you've got 2 stacks at 20 seconds, 19, 18.
Watch your step.
It's fell off me, yep. Yep. I should probably move this.
Defensive.
So if you taunt it,
Taunted.
yeah.
Ancestral guidance. Ancestral guidance.
So we spent a bit too long in that last zone because it's now spawned the ads. Yeah, and you've got no stacks, so you'll take the
Taunt
next cone.
boss.
So then you've taken it, I'll taunt it off.
Touch of death. Touch of death.
And then if you let me into the wall and you move out,
Help soak.
everyone come in. So it's just swirlies.
Defensive.
And I'll do
Dream
this.
flight.
There we go, you take it off, mate.
Taunted. Divine him.
There we go. No. No. It might actually be worth coming this side of the raid tomorrow opposed to doing council. Is it the week order starting to make a bit more sense now? Yeah, enter mate. Just make sure you look first. Nah, oh, need on the things that you need and grade on the other stuff. Not to after this.
Primalists have used their elemental magic
Right,
to
just grab whatever you want, mate.
then we shall not fail. Gallagher, you know it. This battle may inspire within
If we focus the stuff on the right side, because everyone else tends to do the stuff in the middle anyway.
We must break their lines and stop Razageth before she can free them.
We've fucking got to be tons of shit left to do. It's the fact that I can see stuff on the left side getting fucking hit. Those first two have hardly got any of their health ripped off them at all. Yeah, so... Well, the fact that I'm sitting like fucking pretty near the top of the meters. Okay, hell. That's horrific. One, two, three, I'm fourth. So now we need to deal with a whole pile of fucking trash. Well, don't bother fucking tackling them. Somebody's built them, let them have it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look at these two at the back, it's fucking still got most of their health.
Touch of death.
Let's reach you get in range. You take the left one, I'll take the right. Yeah, yours is nearly dead already. I need to make a
Touch of
change to my
death.
talent
Touch
so
of
that whenever I use shield, I don't drop aggro.
Was this the best you could muster,
Yeah.
Calicos?
I need to remember where the talent is for it.
A band of mewling soft scales following a whelp. I'll grind your skulls under my heel.
Yeah. When my cooldown's coming off. Most people putting they're not ready.
I'm out of range. It's too far away.
Hmm? Yeah.
See if you are worthy of my skill.
Do it the way we always do it.
AOE incoming.
Zephyr.
And for support ads.
Stack high.
Taunted.
Yep, so that's whenever it gets to 7
Green
stacks, so I would have told you to swap over.
AOE incoming. Shockwave. Taunt boss. Taunt.
Fucking hell, look, the ads are all over the platform.
AOE incoming.
Tranquility. Gateway. Dream flight.
Yeah, I'm going to fucking relocate all the way around though, before the
Shockwave.
intermission.
AOE incoming.
Intermission's incoming.
Touch of death.
Move around a bit. I want a clear path.
Special coming.
Let's go for this one.
Divine Hand.
There we go.
Rewind. Stasis.
Look, fucking. You can stand in out a ringing cast, you'll not get hit by the damage of it, but we can kind of cast it back here.
Rewind.
AOE incoming.
Everyone's just fucking running all over the place with him.
Stack high.
Taunted.
AOE incoming. Shockwave.
Power infusion.
Gonna have to move it around a bit in a second. There's not enough space.
Taunt boss.
And I'll take him off here.
AOE incoming.
Ancestral guidance. Touch of death. Touch
Shockwave.
of dream flight.
Cool.
Stack high.
Taunted.
AOE incoming.
It's about to run to intermission in a second. Just focus the boss, look, follow him in, fucking DPS him.
Special coming.
Like, fuck the ring off.
Darkness.
There we go. There's a repair vendor for you. See the guy running across. Also, if you've got renown 22, he sells you a nice headpiece.
was not boasting. The sky is her domain. We must cut the primal
Yeah, I've not done it.
from their power before we engage this.
It's over here.
I expect they won't make it easy for us.
Yeah, we're going for council next. Yeah, it sounds about right. But you need to have renown 22 and so much of the fucking things to get it. Yeah, in a lot of cases you're probably wrong. Right, time to test the heals.
Flourish.
Next fucking pack. Just keep coming with them, mate. Like, don't stop. Keep coming. Got to take all of them.
Tranquility. Tranquility. Zephyr. Salvation. Dream flight. Divine shield. Divine hit. Rewind. Stasis. Touch of death. Touch of death.
If somebody was to kick that one ad, I would actually have come over by now. Yeah. There's two of them actually. I mean, I've hit one with a shield. I'll fucking kick the other one. Let's keep moving up. Up the stairs. We'll line of sight them. Either that, they'll fucking need to deal with them themselves. We can take the pick.
Stampeding roar. Stampeding roar.
He's about to jump.
Taunted.
Why are they taunting it?
Guardian spirit. Flourish.
No, no, it leaps. Yeah.
Ancestral guidance. Touch of death. Touch of death.
Beyond your guard, I do not trust these dragon worshippers.
If you keep coming around my way, mate, we'll fucking keep them together. Start heading down onto the platform with them. Right, let's get the first fucking ad up.
Tranquility.
Yeah. I've done it every week. Oh, there's a soak. Yeah, I don't want to fucking soak it for you.
Dream flight.
It's not my job. It's a you problem. Right, next one. It'll be first.
Your faces will be frozen in horror.
So if you stay in front of it, I think you don't get the debuff. Yeah. No, move out.
Zephyr.
So here's it's about a cocoon folk.
Touch of death.
There we go. Look, it's all the ones right behind it. Yeah. Hang on, I'm going to go and look this stuff over here. I don't think that necessarily is the case for the tomb, because you've got to remove the debuff off you by running into the fire.
Lightning's caress is capricious. One kiss knocks you forever.
Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, just run over everything. Yay! Here, you don't have it. You can have some as well. There we go. We'll start the fight.
Bloodlust.
Yeah.
Time warp.
Right, I will take Opal.
Interrupt.
You take fire.
Power
Watch your
infusion.
step.
And you take storm as well.
Torn
Lightning, sorry.
force. Interrupt.
Take Opal.
Range
Darkness.
5. Interrupt.
Guardian spirit. Flourish.
Interrupt. Interrupt.
So take Opal.
Interrupt.
No, you've not.
Move to pillar.
I'm fucking telling you, you've not.
Zephyr.
Interrupt.
Rebirth.
To pillar. Taunt boss. Taunt boss. Interrupt. Move to pillar.
Yeah. Fucking tell me to move to pillar.
Watch your step. Interrupt. Interrupt.
Right, I want fucking frost off of you.
Move to interrupt. Defensive. Incoming.
Right, now we need to go into the fire.
Tranquility. Divine shield.
Taunt boss.
I need to take fire off it.
Interrupt.
Oh, you motherfucker. I went into it.
Interrupt. Interrupt.
Touch of death.
Defensive.
You did?
Touch of death. Touch of death.
Interrupt.
Yeah.
Range
Touch of
This is
five.
going back. Oh, I'm fucking dead now. Oh, man. Just right under you.
Watch your step. Move to pillar.
Tranquility.
Yeah.
Taunted.
I'm
Taunt
picking up
boss.
fire. Oh, I need to take Opal off of you.
Dream flight.
So you take fire.
Interrupt.
Taunted.
Interrupt. Interrupt.
Take storm, will you?
Interrupt.
The
Flourish.
lightning over the back.
Defensive.
Power and taunted.
Interrupt.
I need to take fire off of
Range
you.
5.
Taunted.
Storm's the one over at the side that's got nobody
Interrupt.
targeting it.
Watch your step. Interrupt. Interrupt.
Ancestral
Interrupt.
Yeah.
guidance.
Taunt boss.
I can't get Opal off you because I'm in
Defensive.
cooldown. I should have it now.
Taunted. Innervate.
Interrupt. Defensive.
Get ready for the soak.
Interrupt. Range 5.
Taunted.
Interrupt.
Fuck
Taunt
off.
boss.
I'll take fire.
Watch your step. Interrupt.
Maybe need to move around a bit, mate, because I'm a lot
Taunt
further
boss.
behind you.
Interrupt.
I've taken Opal. You see how this Weakor is working now?
Interrupt.
Innervate stasis.
AOE incoming. Defensive.
Right, so get ready for your stacks.
Defensive.
3,
Interrupt.
4,
Taunted.
onto fire, back out it.
Interrupt. Interrupt. Range 5.
Guardian spirit.
Interrupt. Interrupt. Watch your step. Interrupt.
So take Opal.
Defensive.
Tranquility.
Oh, I've got 2 stacks of it now.
Rewind.
Interrupt.
Taunted.
Interrupt. Taunt boss.
I will take fire from you.
Interrupt. Interrupt. Taunt boss.
I will take Opal.
Range 5.
Power infusion.
Defensive. Interrupt. Watch your
Taunted.
step.
Idiots keep standing
Interrupt.
right on top of me.
Defensive.
I'm taking Opal. Oh wait, take Opal off me.
Interrupt.
Symbol of hope.
Take Opal quick.
Taunted.
I'll take fire off of you. There
Defensive.
we go. Now take fire back off
Taunt
me.
boss.
Taunted.
And I'll take Opal back.
Range 5. Watch your step. Defensive.
Yeah, if you try and come around this way.
Zephyr. Flourish.
Taunt boss.
So I can now take fire off of you.
Taunted.
AOE incoming. Interrupt.
Tranquility.
Watch for the
Stampeding
stacks.
roar.
Taunt boss. Interrupt.
I'll take Opal. Run over the fire, run back out.
Range 5. Defensive. Interrupt.
Dream flight.
Take fire off me.
Interrupt.
Taunted. Salvation.
Interrupt. Watch your step. Defensive.
Rebirth.
Take Opal.
Taunted.
I'll take fire.
Divine shield. Touch of death. Touch of death.
Defensive. Interrupt.
Taunted.
Interrupt. Taunt boss.
I'll take Opal.
Interrupt. Range 5.
Guardian spirit.
If you look at their health, they're all pretty much even.
Watch your step.
So Ice will go first.
Defensive. Taunt boss.
I want to take fire. You want to have 10 Opal.
Taunted.
Interrupt.
Innervate.
Yeah. What's up? That's all there is to that. Yeah. What the fuck? I'm getting text messages. Oh, Matty texted me to say no enrage for what you could see on that other fight. On this, so whenever you don't kill them separately thing. He was earlier on. He'd sent me it at 9:15. Fucking hell, this is absolutely ridiculous. Oh, just fucking healers.
Touch of death. Touch of death. Touch of death. Touch of death.
Somebody leaving. Oh, it's the lightning fucking thing. If people are too close to you. Right, time to fucking grab all the shit. All the way into the next fucking room.
Tranquility.
Yeah, fucking pinging them up like, hello, we're in here.
Ancestral guidance. Rewind.
Fucking ping, 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 ping. But if you want us to take it, you need to bring it in.
Touch of death. Touch of death.
Shit on the ground. Fuck's sake, I keep hitting that swirly.
Flourish. Divine shield.
I'm watching that ad running about all over the place. I'm like, can't be bothered fucking done that. I fucking didn't get any heals for ages. Yeah, I've got a swirly on me, stop standing in my bubble. Get out the fucking bubble. Oh, fucking. Right, click the floor, move up. Click the platform. So this is the one, 3 hits it should be, and it should tell you to swap. And whoever's not on the boss goes, picks up the ad.
My vengeance requires your power.
Yeah, drags the ad to the edge and then comes and stands in behind it. Yeah. Okay. You can actually get away with standing right under the boss, like here. Like, you don't need to be on its outer ring, you can actually stand in a little bit. It's probably actually better if you stand in a bit, because then if you do get knocked back, it's not going to throw you as far.
I will not fail.
Hehe.
Time warp.
Knocking back.
That's
Flourish.
me get one. Got fucking some idiot running all over the top of me.
Power infusion.
Knocking back.
That's
Stay away
two.
from lines.
Nah, ignore it. So there'll be an ad duty come in.
Knocking back.
So now you swap with me.
Taunted.
Yeah. Move out.
Stampeding roar. Zephyr.
Right. And then there'll be ad in a minute.
Stay away from lines.
Stasis.
I mean, stay away from lines. I don't even know where the fucking lines are going there. Oh, I get hit by it. It's right under the boss.
Ads coming.
Right, I'll go and grab the ad.
Taunted.
Yeah, so you've got one.
Defensive. Torn
Because the throwback from this pushes you all the way
knocking
across
back.
the floor.
Range 5.
Yeah.
Flourish.
Taunt boss. Stay away from lines.
Yeah, so that's the third one. That puts you on the edge. So I've now taken it off you.
Ancestral guidance. Inner.
What that ad is actually meant for is on heroic, is to throw you onto the
Knocking
edge
back.
platforms.
Pulling in.
Stampeding roar. Stampeding roar. Rewind.
Is that a heroic or mythic's one or two? Can't remember. But yeah. Because you keep hitting the whirlwinds.
Tranquility.
Knocking back.
So that's the second one on me. Just wait.
Stay away from lines.
Yeah.
Knocking back.
So that's the swap.
Ads coming.
Taunted.
And I'll go and grab the ad.
Defensive.
Dream flight.
So you see how I've got this away over at the side? It then does
Touch of death.
what's called blowback.
Touch of
So I've now
death.
put
Divine
myself just
shield.
next to it. And that's throwing me from the edge of the platform into the middle.
Stay away from lines.
Flourish.
There's a dodge. Yeah, it's alright, you've still got the aggro.
Touch of death. Stasis.
So you'll take one more. So mine's is now about to fall off.
Taunt boss. Pulling in.
Yeah. And that's mine now just fell off. So that's how it's definitely three
Stampeding roar.
rather than two, which DBM's trying to tell you to do.
Knocking back.
Tranquility. Divine him.
Stay away from lines.
That's it. Yep. I want to move one of my weak orders because it's sort of badly placed for other things. Yeah, that should be better. But hopefully now that shows you that weak order in action and how it runs. And the swaps. I think the one thing that probably we should do is go into DBM. And if you go into each fight, the abilities that happens on a tank mechanic is we take them off. So if you go into DBM, and if you go into each fight, the abilities that happens on a tank mechanic is we take them off. So if you go into DBM, and if you go into each fight, the abilities that happens on a tank mechanic is we take them off. So if you go into DBM, and if you go into each fight, the abilities that happens on a tank mechanic is we take them off. So if you go into DBM, and if you go into each fight, the abilities that happens on a tank mechanic is we take them off. So if you go into DBM, and if you go into each fight, the abilities that happens on a tank mechanic is we take them off. So if you go into DBM, and if you go into each fight, the abilities that happens on a tank mechanic is we take them off. So if you go into DBM, and if you go into each fight, the abilities that happens on a tank mechanic is we take them off. So if you go into DBM, and if you go into each fight, the abilities that happens on a tank mechanic is we take them off. So if you go into DBM, and if you go into each fight, the abilities that happens on a tank mechanic is we take them off So we tailor the DBM to remove tank abilities. Because we're doing this. My fucking stream's going mental. Sorry, guys. I'll do that. So the first one, if we open up the weak order, so that we can find the name of it. So I've got DBM open on one side, weak order open on the other. Going to co-tank. So the first ability is called Burning Wind. So first one. So Erin gone, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah. So take off the burning wind. So if you go into the boss, yeah, take that off. Yeah, take out the 2 ticks for it. The next one is greater something. No, that's fine. Show greater flame rift. I don't see it. It's in that weak order, but I don't see. I think it's just that one ability. That is the one that we swap on. So yeah, that's 7 stacks. That's done. Right, next one. Teros. We're looking for slam. Yep, so take that off. Oh, actually, sorry, wait a minute. So we want to, yeah, you want to, I've just realised I've fucking slightly screwed this up. No, you want the announcement to stay on. No, it's not that. It's not right. It's the tank swap. So if you look down at there's announcement for. So if you go back to the first one, announcement for Burning Wind stacks, so it announces it, and show special announcement when you are affected with greater than 6 stacks, which is when it starts shouting at you high stacks. So what we'll do then is we'll take Burning Wind down to 6 rather than 7, and we'll see how that plays out. Should be okay. The next one, show special announcement when announcement to taunt when other tank is affected. Take that one out because we're using the weak auras taunt opposed to that. Otherwise, you end up going twice. So that's that one. Teros is the next one. Yeah, so you leave that part on, but take out the taunt one. It's the middle option. Yeah. Then on the primal council fight, you're looking for crush, which is on opal. Take out the taunt on that. And the other one is Splashing Blaze, which will come from fire. Yeah, I'm just trying to find the fucker. Lightning Earth. Yeah. So take out that taunt. And then the next one is the Senator. It's a fucking spider, basically. Web Blast is the first one. I wonder if it's a misannounced. Oh no, Web Blast is in there. Yeah. Show special announcement to taunt when attacks are affected. So it should be at the bottom of the page if you're at the very top, very bottom of the page. Directly under it. One down. No, there's definitely web blasts on mine. So is this where yours is maybe out of date? Yeah, you're on the same version as me. So mine starts off in stage 1, chilling blast, evolution webs, wrap in web, call something or other, something or other, something or other. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so show announcement to taunt, so take that one off. I'm assuming that's at 5 stacks. It seems to be the slightly balance point, I think, for us. The next one is dissolved something other. So where the fuck are you? No, same boss. So if you look at the weak order, you'll see dissolving defenses. Oh, sorry, dissolved defenses. Which I on the weak order. Yeah. I wonder what that actually means. No. Yeah. Maybe need to come back to that one. Next one, which is the fight we've just done. Yeah, and it's the Zereth Slam. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll take out the announcement. Yeah. And that's as far as we've got just now. We've not done any of the other fights to know what the rest of them is. Yeah. So it means that you won't get a double taunt announcement. But also what you now have is a much clearer indicator of what debuffs we've got. And then it's just getting to know yourself. How many stacks of each of them. So if you don't hear the call out on it, you know to look at it and go, fuck me, he's got 7 stacks of that. That's way beyond what we should be at on this. But yeah, I think that's pretty much this. Oh, Zeal's fucked off as well. Three, yeah, I suppose. Well, we've done 3 fights of the first boss because we've now killed that first boss 3 times on the bounce. So there was the first raid night, there was a impromptu raid, and then this was our first official raid. But I'm still going to count that kill as not attendance based, but the fact that we can kill it. Yeah, which means that on Wednesday of next week, if we do that without any wipes, then that's a farm boss. Yeah, I nearly died, but I nearly died because I was trying to get him back up. Like, I fucking use my steed was charging across to try and res him, and I looked at my health and I went, oh shit. Yeah, it was why I decided to let him keep the BOE, even though it should have went to auction for the guild. Yeah. Zinnia's asking, what did I do? So Zinnia, on the first boss from Frosty when Frosty died, I tried to ride over to pick him up, to combat res him to get him back in so he could hit the boss to get the kill on it, just to give him that buzz factor. But as I was halfway across the fucking platform, my health dropped massively, and by the time I got to him, I'd used all my heals and I had nothing to use a combat res on him. I was like, oh fuck. Because you need holy power to use your combat res as a paladin. So Zinnia's watching me on Twitch now. She's saying that, yeah, she's seen that. She ran at the back of me to try and heal me because she was panicking. I think that the tactics that we've got now for the council fight, that's a best sort of laid plan. I think, yeah, I think that the problem is just people getting into positions. Yeah. Actually, there's a good point. So, what does the DBM call out? So, DBM, if we'd actually looked at this, it will tell us what so it's fire we're looking for. The fireball, so that's Opal. What's the AoE? It's the axe, isn't it? Yeah, targets 2 players, harmful ground. So the markers is always yellow and orange. So what we probably need to do is put the yellow marker on one side of the platform and the orange on the other side instead of yellow and orange. And the person with the yellow marker goes to the yellow, person with the orange goes to the orange. And we just have them on just use 2 markers, but have them so that they're sort of close to each other. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably the better way to do it. We'll just use 2 markers and put them at either side of the raid. Oh man. And then whatever colour you've got on your character. You want to try and put it close to the pillars, so it'll be closest to the pillars on that side. So what I'll do is I'll go into... I need the spreadsheet for this because I need to update the spreadsheet. Raid plans. Council fight. Edit. I'll bring this out. I'll bring this up so that anybody that's watching can see what I'm doing. So let's take that off the ground, that off the ground. What's on? All right. the same, mate. Yeah. Well, I actually do not bother with sport one bit. That's cool. Pillars. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I've kind of pretty much got the flow of this. Hmm. So Ribber's now got a full set bonus. I don't know where they've came from, but he's got a full set. Yep. Yeah, I've got a 2-set bonus just now. Xeno's got a 2-set. Yeah. I'm just using a spreadsheet to so the spreadsheet I was showing you the other night there. It's actually really helpful for seeing what can be done. So it looks like Ribbers actually went and finished the raid tonight. So it looks like he's already cleared the raid because it shows like the weekly progression, and he's done it all. He's also done 3 of the heroic fights this week. I could be wrong, but that's the way it's looking. Because the spreadsheet should show who's locked out on certain bosses from being able to loot. He's already done 6 mythic dungeons this week as well. Not on your Paladin, it's not. No, it might be that you've not logged your character out for it to save to the API to upload it. Like that's the kind of big part to all this. It requires the API to be refreshed. So the data is only as accurate as the last time you logged out. And look, my macro spamming's working. Every time I fucking left click after 1 hour, so it's every hour that comes out. So I think that's the way that we'll work it, is we'll pass these out to all the officers and have that one macro that you click it whenever you first come in, and then an hour later it will go out again. I mean, to be honest, that's actually not too bad. Yeah. But it's sort of like standard for like most keys now. There's a warlock. Right. Yeah, I've not really get into the flow of mythics yet. See, I tend to end up doing most of my keys with folk for the guild. But I'll always, well, it's why I try and encourage people to come onto Discord and hang about in King's Landing, because if you're in King's Landing and I'm running keys, then you've got more chance of coming with me regardless of how good you are. Like, if you're sat about and you're there, I will ask in voice first, and then I will ask in guild but stipulate you must come onto Discord. Because my whole logic to this is that by getting them to come onto Discord, is I've got one step closer to getting them to join raids because they're already on Discord. Is that Warlock just joined? Yeah. You know that there's a wiki that you can use to sort of filter out the rating that you want. Yeah, so there's a wiki I'll wait to see if I can find it. It's called Dungeon Rio in Class. I used to use it mostly whenever you get into kind of higher things. So you can have it so that it doesn't show the classes if you want. You can also remove the fact that it doesn't show the previous fucking season, because let's be serious, what's last season's mythic rating got to do with this season? Fuck all. So chuck us an invite and I'll share this wiki with you now. So that's it there. If you get into the custom options, you can set up. So I've not done anything with mine this season yet, but show previous Rio season, take that off. I do have it showing the classes because then I know whether there's an evoker in the group, for example, beforehand. I'll leave it so that it does show me the leader's Rio because I'm interested in what theirs is. Yeah. Don't show part of the... Yeah. So it means that you don't end up with fucking like somebody that's a tank try to join as a tank in your group. And then the next part, which is the filter option, is you can tell it, so I want to enable the Rio filter for groups, and turn around and say, well, I only want to take people that have got a rating of 1,000 Rio, for example. Yeah. Yeah. It should work. So now, whenever you search for a group, you won't be able to do it because you're in a group with me just now. Yeah, so you'll see that the rating will be based around what you've told it that you'll allow for, and it should also show little coloured icons over everything. So you can see like orange is Druids, green is Hunters, so on and so forth. And you've got that shitty green fucking colour for the Evoker healers. The other thing I would recommend that you get is the add-on called pre-made group filter, so that you can turn around and take out groups that don't groups that have got tanks already in it, because you're never going to look for a fucking group that's got a tank. You don't need them. So it's called pre-made groups filter. It's an add-on. Yeah, so it comes up on the side of your screen next to your search function. Groups filter. I mean, if you look over at my stream just now, you'll see what it looks like. Yeah, filter. Yeah, if you ping over at my stream, you'll see it on my screen right now. Yeah, I can still hear it. Sorry, it's on Twitch. Sorry, mate. It should balance out in a second. So the way the add-on works is you can tell it like the difficulty that you want it to search for, but the fact that you're doing dungeons, it will only allow for mythic keys anyway. And then you come down and you go to how many people you want it to show in the party. So I always search for full parties so that I can just drop straight into it as a tank. And I tell it that I don't want any groups that has got any tanks, so 0-0. But let's say, for example, I was taking Zanir along with me as a DPS. The maximum that I would want is a 3-3. And the maximum DPS I would want would be 2. And then you can search that, and that then gives you your parties. And the colours come for the weak aura along with their mythic scores and everything on this part. So this shows you the mythic Ryo score and the key that the party lead holds, and it shows you the crown above it of who the party lead is. So in that case, that key that's getting used is not the party lead's key, because that's a 16 and he's holding a 17. This is pre-made groups filter. Maybe. The other thing that you can do is you can add in manual code. I've not really ever played about this, but I know that it exists in it. So the text button at the bottom is you can, let's say for example, there's certain dungeons this week that you want to target. Then you can turn around and tell it the dungeons by instead of looking for one dungeon and putting in the search bar up here, is you can turn around and say, well, I want Court of Stars, Burial Ground, so on and so forth, and that would then mean that when it searches, so that one I've put in AV, which is vaults, so that's all the vault ones now showing up, and then if I add in the extra search functions. So that's the only one that's got a maximum of 3 players. However, if I take it out for just tanks, that there's all the AVs that's got no tanks in it. So you can add in more of a data string. You can even like go as far as telling it, I think, the key level that you want. No, that's the mythic rating of the players. However, if you can't put that in there, what you can do is you can put it up here, and you always want to bracket. So if you want to do a minimum of a 10, you search for an 11, because it will show 1 below and 1 above. So there's the only 10, and then it was a couple of 12s, as an example. So that's the AV, and that's that part. And that's all you do to kind of build it up. Yeah. No, it's probably one function that you wouldn't get. So to add in like the different dungeons, use the function or. So I've got Ruby Life pools or. Yeah. So you need to tick tanks and set it to 0 and 0. So you need to tell it that you want a minimum of no tanks and a maximum of no tanks. It might just have been the fact that there was no tanks in any of the groups that popped up. So yeah, look, if you've already done like all 10s of a certain level, and or mostly 10s, like for example, the ones I'm missing this week is NO and AV to that I've not timed. So like that would be the ones I would target, or I would target like the 2 bottom ones on my list because they're 2s. Or in fact, this week I've not even done any of those, so my search really should read AA or NO or what's the next one? Shadow Moon SBG or TGS. No tanks, and then I just do that. So that shows everything. Now, because I want a specific key level, rather than trying to work out what I need to put in there, is in this part, I would then turn around and go, well, I've not done any of them, but I'm comfortable doing a 7, so I'll search on 8, which then brackets 7, 8s, and 9s, so it's not going into 10 just yet. Hit search, and that there gives me all the dungeons that I need to target for this week now. Oh, it's because I put in 8 rather. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, there must be a way actually to fucking do the key value. Maybe not. No. So it's got like you can do that, but you wouldn't be able to stipulate the keys. So you've got eye level, my eye level, honor level, PvP rating, mythic plus rating of leader, number of defeats on raid boss, number of members, number of tanks, number of healers, number of damage dealers, has spots in party, age of group in minutes. So you can search for groups that have only been up for less than a minute, instead of seeing groups that have been sitting there for the last half hour because nobody wants to join them. Accepts auto invites, leader from my realm, so you can go in people for your own realm, which would be a way to be able to try and recruit folk, I guess. Number of specs, select only specific raids. So yeah, so it's at the time that they've actually managed to do it in. So yeah, you've got somebody that's done a +2 and they're holding a key that's a +8. Yeah. Yeah. Look at the number of one and look at the number of the other and go, Yeah. Yeah, it makes it more efficient as well. Rather than spending hours fucking going up and down that list, and whenever you start to increase the RIO of yourself, start increasing it in the weak order so that it takes out all the trashy ones until you want to just do quick 2s for Valor, then you would go the opposite end of the scale. But yeah, this is how I find my groups so quickly. And even as a DPS, it's a way to try and find ones that have got a tank or a healer in the group rather than just being full of fucking DPS waiting for tanks and healers. So you would search as a DPS, have it so that a minimum of 0 tanks, maximum of 1. Same way healers. But have it that the DPS is max min of 0. Oh, sorry, a minimum of 0, I guess. So yeah, you can have it so that you're targeting either ones that have got tanks in the group or ones that have got healers in the group. Or both. It's all about being clever about it rather than try to work really hard. Zinnia's going to heal for us from now on. She just messaged me. Simply because another warlock joined the guild, which is true. There's another fucking warlock in the guild. The game seems to be becoming saturated with them. Yeah. It's fine, I mean, look, people play what they want to play. And we'll see how that guy's attendance goes over the next few days. Oh, he's already on Discord, that guy. The one that's the mage that was on tonight. Look, it's nice that he's offered to heal, but I'm still sticking to the principle of attendance comes up before jumping straight in. So somebody just put in guild. Need 2 DPS for Mythic Uldaman. No DPS or Discord needed. Look, why would you not use fucking Discord? Look, this is the guy that was talking earlier about fucking nobody ever replies to me. Yeah. It's Mythic. As in current expansion. Mythic 0. No, near there. Yep. Yep. I mean, I'm going to actually say that to him. So he's doing a plus 10, so he never even fucking said that. Oh, dearie me. This is one of the ones that Omega recruited from the whole search thing. So she searches who's done like the first couple of raid bosses, and then messes them in game, and then she's actually quite a few responses, and a few of them came to the guild. None of them's really converted into joining raids yet. So he's doing a Mythic 0 just now. I don't need to check your fucking rival. Some people just completely puzzle me. Let's have a look. Yep. I can see him that a one-way ticket out just shortly. It's just an excuse, that really, isn't it? Can't use it and still have game sound. Why not? You're just your fucking your volumes. I really don't buy into, like, oh, I can't do this, I can't do that. Yeah. Hey, what's happening? Yeah. I'm just having a nice debate with this. I'm not arguing with him. He's just fucking. Yeah, it's just an excuse after excuse. No, no. Yep. Probably doesn't like the conversation because he's realizing that he doesn't do anything. Some random. No. See that Warlock's come onto Discord. I just need to update his name. And then from the sync. Probably because of the rating that you've picked. It was in the week order. On what, sorry? Yeah. I think I need to reword that fucking bit so that people get it. I'm going to probably redo actually all the info stuff because I can't edit any of it and there's stuff in it that I do need to edit. And I'm going to merge the role assignment and character selection into one channel. It'll just be character selection because we keep it up to date anyway. Look, me and Omega deletes the information as it comes in. So what happens is people do the final step, the roles update, and there's a channel hidden down the bottom end of the Discord that nobody sees apart from me and her just now, and it's just a working channel for checking to see whose characters is belong to who, and it's part of the whole thing of prevention of people joining the guild that we know for a fact we do not want back in the guild on an alt, for example. So if somebody decides that they wanted to try and jump in, they wouldn't get in because we would see all their character list because it shows the API of 12 characters. It also allows then, by using the in-game add-on that we use for promotion, we can then search to see do they have any alts in the guild and we can pair them off for anybody that's not already done it. Because if you actually look at the number of people that now no longer have any notes in the guild, there's only a small handful. So most of the notes are now actually in people's names. So it either says main or it says alt and it's got the name of it. I think there's only one that doesn't, who was on 8 hours ago, and I need to find out who it is. Because it says it's an alt, but I've got no idea who their main is. And the fact that there's nobody tied to an alt suggests that it actually isn't an alt, it is actually a main. They've just messed it up. Yeah, potentially. I mean, there's a couple of people that's also try to join Discord that's in the guild that hasn't finished off the process. Like, one of them's called Fell, for example. Well, he's a DH in the guild. He's tried to join Discord, or he has joined Discord actually, but he's not went any further in actually selecting his character. He's joined on 2 accounts. Yeah. So 4847 and 9969. So he's got 2 Discord accounts, and he's not bothered to try and actually go through the process to properly join Discord. And last online 1 day 3 hours ago, level 70 DH. So yeah. I mean, in terms of the number of people on Discord as well, so if I go into server settings, roles, members, so there's no Night's Watch just now. There's 3 casual raiders, which is Frosty, Matty, and Al. It doesn't seem to have the rest of them, but that's because they've not actually updated their thing. There's no PvPs, there's no Mythic Pluses. There is 59 main characters, not including the officers. 2 that are set as alts who have not been on, and no commoners. So essentially there's 72 people selected the guild role, and the difference between it is about 12 people that have started the process but not finished it. Omega chases them up. She DMs them as part of her roles and responsibilities, is that part of Discord. That's why she's got access to that extra channel. But we've now got to the point that MD that's on Discord, the name of their main character in the guild is the name of their Discord name, and the only people that can change it is now me and Omega, so that we don't have people randomly changing their nicknames to whatever they feel that they want it to. Is to try and keep it as joined up as possible. So that, because you know yourself, like how often in the past would somebody have joined Discord, started talking, you're looking at the name going, got no idea who this is. So that's now completely eradicated that. It is slightly difficult, or slightly more difficult than it used to be to come onto Discord, but I think that it's far better because it's more joined up, because the game now reflects Discord, both ranks and names. Yep. Like, it used to be, I remember it was actually a while back, whenever I had COVID and I hadn't been on for a number of weeks, and I would look on Discord and I could see certain people on, and I fucking had no idea who they were because I hadn't been on and I hadn't spoke to them. And then by the time I did come on, I still didn't know a couple of them because I hadn't worked out who was who. But yeah, the way it is now, it's a lot more joined up. It's a lot more. It's a bit of extra work. It's a lot of things that kind of comes back to what Nog was asking the other night there of, is it worth the extra work and hassle? Some things I think is, because it's a quality of life thing. You put in a little bit of work and you get a quality of life in return that makes things easier for everyone. Right. On that note, it is after midnight here. I've still not had my dinner. Yeah. Fancy people eat late. I must be fucking uber fancy then, because I always eat late. Look, I don't tend to have dinner at a normal meal time. Partly because if I'm coming on here, or if I'm going to be streaming, I'm on for 6 o'clock, and I don't want to have eaten before it to then have to be running to the toilet for the next couple of hours and disturbing what I'm doing. So I eat late after I've finished doing all this sort of stuff. In fact, have you seen my fancy lighting in here? Don't know if you've been able to see it or not. Have you seen my fancy light in the background of the stream? Hang on. Yeah. Oh, so got that one. I got this for my Christmas. Did you ever watch Back to the Future? Oh, I'm not a great fan of that. So the second Back to the Future, there's the one with the sports almanac that Biff steals, and he ends up with like shitloads of money in the new timeline, and there is museum tickets for Biff's museum. Nog, do you remember this? So I have got one of the tickets for, it's a gold plated thing, but the limited edition. So I've got number 1696. The number that was made was 1985, because that was obviously the year that it travelled back to. So a 24 carat gold plated Biff museum ticket. So that there. Can't really see it. I'll get a picture of it and stick it on Discord actually in the next couple of days. Yeah. Kind of bouncing. Anyway. Right, I am going to head off. Complete dig. I've just posted in Guild. I'm heading off, but I'll be back on for tomorrow for the raid. If you want to come along, you need to be on Discord. Yeah, I think it's probably better to, for the most part, to be honest in here, so that we can get you geared up quicker. Yeah. I mean, having extra healers is a bonus. 3 healers would actually have been good tonight, but obviously we don't have that. And yeah, we'll see on the night what we've got. If we've got like the thing that's also kind of a bit of a problem just now is not Xenia, Omega's going to transition over to a druid, so she still needs to level, I think. Yeah. hmm I mean, I think, look, if we do have Dadalord coming along as well, that's 3 healers, and that would be 1 Shami, 1 Druid, 1 Priest. That's actually a really good mix, in terms of like buffs and everything as well, because you get the buff from the Druid, and you get the buff from the Priest. We've got the Mage buff taken care of. We've definitely got fucking Warlock stuff taken care of. We could be doing with a survival hunter with a certain talent for the bleed effect, or a feral druid. But I think overall we're actually sitting pretty good. And the fact that we managed to get those 2 bosses down tonight, and we were kind of over the cusp of attendance for healer ratio, actually I think went pretty well. Yeah, I mean, I think that the council fight, we've got the mechanics of it for the most part. Also, we were talking to Stress and McFlorist, and I think McFlorist is going to change to a marksman hunter, which I think is actually a positive move for her and us. Yeah. But Matty's went to being a hunter, and I think he's went marksman as well, which will be good, because that then it puts both of them at range, and I think that it's not necessarily the struggle with a melee class, but I think that the reaction time to be able to move out and move around isn't quite as good when they're up close to things. Whereas if you put them at range, it's a bit more forgiving on movement, because you can move forwards. Whereas if you're a melee class, you can't really move forwards, and if you don't move out quick enough, it kind of screws tanks over. I mean, that's the other thing. Like, obviously, we'll have Matty and stuff. Oh man. You know, I really can't even be bothered fucking replying to him. Yeah. He's about to get fucking hoofed out anyway. Let's see what his response to that one is. Look, he was one of the ones that Omega recruited, and he wants to tank. And that was his opening question, was to tank on raids. How the fuck does he think that I'm going to let him tank on a raid when he can't even come into Discord to talk? How would you look? Take the council fight. How would you do any callouts and swaps? Yeah. What do you think his next big long ranted reply is going to be of an excuse? Yeah. I'm about to kick him out because he's just a fucking detriment. Oh man. What did he put? Complain question mark. This what? Dissatisfied? No. I assume myself. What? Do you know, here's the interesting thing. So he's saying about not using his phone to come onto Discord, but he's on his phone to come onto Discord right now because I'm looking at him. Yeah, but there's also toxicity breeds toxicity. Nah, he's been less for the last couple of days. Ah, well. Yeah, but he wouldn't know. He probably just thinks you're a bloke now. Wow. Mhm. Yeah, in game and stuff. Yeah. So there was a thing I was actually looking at for the guild, and it was to do with it's on Raider. It's essentially you can apply for a badge on your Raider profile for the guild that it's to do with. Wait, I think what's the name of it? What's the word I'm looking for? It's called Liquid Women in Warcraft. So LW Liquid Women in Warcraft. LWIW, I think. Yeah. Yeah. So what this is it's not a guild itself, but it's an approved standards that. So you've got to have met the standards to actually qualify for it. So you've got to have like an equality and diversity statement stating that everyone's treated equal, all that sort of stuff, both male and female. You've also got to have females in your leadership roles, so your guild officers has got to have at least females within it, and a couple other bits and pieces. Long story short is it allows you to have the badge on your Raider.io page for the guild, and allowed you to have it as a tag as well. And part of me was thinking about applying for it, but I kind of feel that it's not well enough known for it to be put out there. And I also kind of felt that it was more Liquid trying to self-brand and sell themselves, as in the guild Liquid, because that's who it was that came up with the concept. But rather than just having it as women in Warcraft, it was, oh, we'll put our name on the front of it because we're Liquid and therefore we own the women in Warcraft brand. And it's like, well, that's not real. And I kind of disagreed with that point behind it, because it should have just been women in Warcraft. Your equality and diverse towards it, rather than I'm chasing the name Liquid and holding on to that. Yeah, it was, mate. Yeah, I'm getting rid of him because this is just going to keep breeding, mate. No, I've had enough. Absolutely not. See ya. he's also got an alt in the guild. His PT, he was actually on Discord a couple of weeks ago. It's his warlock. He was a fucking pain in the arse in a group that somebody else was running, so yeah. I'm not sure. Hey, why did I? I don't remember now. I'd need to go back and look at the logs. Oh, that was what it was. No, that was a different one. Was it? Just ignore them. Fuck those. I think what he's trying to say is that to have people to do content with, as in he wanted people to do content with, but the thing is nobody wanted to do it with him because, well, he didn't really interact with people. Like posting to say, look, space for DPS, come do Mythic Zero. Look, people's fucking busy doing their own bits and pieces, and a Mythic Zero's not really appetising for him at the best of times, especially by the time you get to this stage. Yep. Oh, no, I've got a whisper. So he's trying to say that being guildless is like being a guild that you lead. Yeah, that's because you don't do anything. So he whispered me saying, gosh, being guildless feels almost identical to being in the guild you lead. And ignored. Yeah, that was like an hour ago, wasn't it? Not even sure who they are. How long they've been in the guild? Oh, they've only been in the guild since the 30th of December. They're on Discord. I mean, the other point that I think he fails to understand, like he's complaining that nobody replies whenever he puts stuff in guild, but if I put something in guild, people reply. I mean, you would kind of expect that people would reply to the guild leader. Yeah. But there's also the other side of that, I get to know the people in the guild. Anyway, that's one less burden and one less arsehole. Right, I can close that down, I can get rid of that. I need people to redo their drop optimizer tomorrow as well. Yeah, it's just before we start. It's not like a priority thing. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I need to do those time walking. I've got 2 of them to do. And then I'll sort of fart about in the background with a few other things. Right, close that. Well, I will catch you tomorrow then. Yeah. Laters. And as for the stream, hopefully you enjoyed the dramas of what's called Guild Life. And I will catch yous tomorrow as well. We will be raiding at our normal sort of preemptuous time. I'm just trying to find, I didn't actually finish uploading the logs from earlier, so to that point there, because that's all LFR shit in the background. So I'm uploading the logs. I totally forgot to do it earlier on. My bad. They are going up. And I will catch everyone tomorrow at some point. Take care, stay safe, and laters.